Hello, 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 everybody. Welcome into the Prophets Conference. For those of you guys who are live in the chat, go ahead and let us know where you guys are chiming from by typing in your city and state. Hello, hello, hello. Welcome into the Prophets Conference. Ladies and gentlemen, go ahead and type your city and state in the chat as we get ready to get started on today. So excited to have you guys here. Guys, go ahead and get ready for a treat as we are about to have an incredible time. So again, everybody, welcome, and we will be getting started in 6 minutes. So welcome. Nishika F. Melton is welcome. Again, everybody, welcome. As we are getting ready to get started today, guys, go ahead and please introduce yourself by putting your city and state in the chat space. Put your city and state in the chat space. Welcome in, everybody. We are so thrilled and excited, y'all. We have just a few more minutes and we're going to be getting started with the Prophets Conference. So welcome in, everyone. right, y'all. We're getting started very soon, y'all. 1 minute and 41 seconds. Let me go ahead and shout everybody out in the chat. Hello, hello, hello. I'm turning this music down just a little bit. We have Houston, Texas, Greensboro, North Carolina, Los Angeles, California, Columbia, South Carolina, Maryland. Hello, hello, Spartanburg, South Carolina. What's going on? We have Dallas, Texas, Cleveland, Ohio, New York, Brooklyn. Hello, Chicago, Illinois. Welcome, Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, Orlando, Florida. Welcome, Baltimore. We have New York in the house. Welcome, guys. Georgia, Columbia, South Carolina. Everybody, welcome in. We are going to be getting started in just 53 seconds. Let's get started. All right, everybody. So again, everybody, welcome. We're about to get started in 30 seconds. Guys, we are so thrilled and excited to have everybody here for the Prophets Conference. Make sure that you guys go ahead and, if you haven't already done so, put your city and state in the chat. Put your city and state in the chat as we get ready for this amazing conference, guys. I am so excited. I am going to be your MC today. And so listen, let's get this party started. Let's go ahead and get rocking. All right, everybody, welcome in. So listen, my name is Taria Vision Avant, and I am so excited to have you guys here. Y'all see I'm still over here in the background, multitasking, like for real. But listen, if you are watching on social media, this is what we want you to do. Go to this link right here, The Prophets Conference. For everybody that is watching on Facebook, LinkedIn, YouTube, Twitter, everywhere, you want to join us in the chat because we're going to start doing some giveaways. Also, I want to share a couple of things because many of you guys don't know right now we have this awesome opportunity for you to get your points up. Okay, so for everybody who is in the conference, that's everybody watching right now in AirMeet. Okay, you're over at AirMeet. There is a leadership board. I don't know if you know that. Well, how do you get the points? Well, you get the points by participating and getting your information in. So you can set up your profile. You can make sure that you're typing in the chat. There's even some emojis right here in the middle. You can click on these emojis in the middle. Go ahead and give a little click, a little heart and things like that on the emojis. When you send someone a private message, when you join the networking breakout sessions, all of these different things allow you to get points, okay? And so you want to get your points up because this is how it's going to work. Everybody that has at least 100, and we're going to start off at 50 points. 150 points, that will qualify you to enter for the first giveaway. Now, for everybody that is watching on social media land, let me tell you something, y'all. We're giving away a lot of stuff. We're giving away a flat screen TV. We're giving away tablets. We're giving away earpods. We're giving away gift cards. We're giving away all types of stuff. And for every single person that is registered and you actually show up to the conference, you've already qualified for a free gift. Yes. I love free gifts. So you guys are going to be pop, locking, and dropping. This is the Prophets Conference. And what I'm so excited about as well is you're going to get a chance to hear from some incredible speakers. Well, listen, y'all, I'm sorry, but we're a little bit behind time. So I'm going to go ahead and catch up on the time and get started right now. We're going to do our giveaways. Okay. So I'm going to give you guys time. Everybody that's watching on social, go ahead and register by going to the Prophets Conference so that you can register and be a part of this. But for those of you guys who are already logged in, go ahead and update your profile so that you can get your points up. I'm going to share the rankings right now. As you can see, we have some people that have their points up. So go ahead and update your picture, update your social, send a message, comment, but get your points up to 150. You get 100 just for joining. Okay. So get 150 points and you will be a part of the first drawing that we're going to do after our first panel. Okay. Just to give you guys an opportunity. And again, welcome everybody. Hold on. Let me get back to this chat. I see you guys. Can y'all hear me? Hold on, let me make sure. Update your profile. Okay, yeah. So for if anybody cannot hear me, go ahead and let them know in the chat. Refresh the screen because I just turned it on my computer over here and everything is looking good. Well, let's go ahead and get into these power talks, y'all. I want to bring on some amazing speakers that are about to impact and change your life. So let's get into our first speaker of the day.
Good morning, everyone. This is Dominique Carson. I'm so excited to be here today with the Prophets Conference. This has been an amazing experience. It's been an amazing journey. I just want to give a special thank you to the 19 other authors. We collaborated on such an amazing book. We took a lot of time, a lot of effort, a lot of energy. So shout out to ourselves for completing this project. It was quite intense, but overall it has been done, it's completed. I also want to thank Book Extraordinaire Taria Vision Avant for giving this amazing opportunity, for recognizing the vision and just allowing us to present our skill set and trusting us with the knowledge and expertise that we have gained in our perspective fields over the years. So thank you, Taria, for this opportunity. Before I go into my talk today, I just want to give a synopsis of who I am as a person, a career professional. My greatest asset is helping men and women business professionals relieve stress and improve overall muscle recovery in 2 hours or less. And what that entails is being a proud licensed massage practitioner. I have been practicing massage therapy for 4 years. I am licensed in 2 states, New York State, my hometown, and also in Virginia. And I'm so elated and passionate about giving back to others through touch, through massage, educating others through massage, recently educating others on how massage is affiliated with STEM. So within my 4 years, I'm so grateful that I have established trust through touch, that we are being taken seriously as healthcare professionals, and just remind people why your body is so important to take care of. You only have one body, and massage is affiliated with body maintenance, facilitating emotional release, helping you prevent injuries, improving your injuries, and so much more. In addition to massage, I am also a freelance journalist, an award-winning author, and an orator. So that's just a little bit about me. So I'm ready to begin the talk, and I would like to present my talk with a quote. A childhood friend of mine, Brian Jamal Mills, once said, "You will never get what you want until you truly know what you want." And when I first heard his quote or his motivational message on Instagram, and we have been friends for a long time, childhood, it's very similar. We come from hardworking families, work for the Board of Education and working for the city. So a lot of values and morals that are very much similar. And he's one of those people that I know that were very witty, very transparent. But when he said this particular quote, it makes you think. And it gave me a type of moment, because we so are fixated on like, I want this and I want this and I wonder why this is not happening and where this is going. But have we really asked ourselves, what is it that I want? Are we being truly honest with ourselves when we say, I want this? And once you say you want this, are you doing the necessary steps to make that happen? So Mill's presentation is a perfect reminder that in order for you to get what you want, prepare for what you want, plan for what you want, you have to figure it out and ask yourself, honestly, what is it that I want? And once you have that, your mindset will begin to change and say, hey, this is what I want. What are the necessary steps to get it done? Also think about the challenges that are along the way, and just keep reminding yourself that this is what needs to be done to achieve the goal. So I wanted to start it off with his quote because it's so profound. It's such a simple saying, but it has so much meaning. And this can apply to all aspects of life, whether you're in business, career, education, family, intimate relationships, peers, colleagues, etc. Because if you don't know what you want, you're just going to accept any and everything, and that you fall for anything. And you have to stand for something. When someone knows what they truly want, they have the opportunity to stand for something that is real to them, that is meaningful to them, that allows them not to compromise their integrity and their values, because they know what they want. And they will do any means necessary to get the job done, especially if it's going to help them along one. So that quote will give you a better perspective on how to plan something. Because how could you plan and prepare for something that you have no idea what it is that is coming to you? What would you like to present to you? So that's the first step of proper preparation, is figuring it out honestly and concisely of what you want. And then once you figure out what you want, you have to change your mindset, because without the proper mindset, it would be very difficult for you to get the job done, because we are not immune to life's challenges and obstacles. You will not be the first or last to deal with life. We are preparing for life. The only difference between you and the other person is how you navigate through life and how you prepare for life. And yes, there are some things, unfortunately, that you are not prepared for, that is out of your control. That is true. But at least 85% of the time, you are in charge of your life. You are in charge of your destiny. And that is all a part of your preparation. And how do I know this personally? From personal experience, and for what my life was dealt to me at a very early age, and what I was informed on, how my family helped me prepare me to be the best, diligent, optimistic, motivated, and intelligent woman that you see in front of you. So let's go back to the very beginning of who I am. It has been brought to my attention throughout all my life that I was hearing impaired for the first 4 years of my life. And that is a difficult setback for any parent, because you're not sure of the fate of your child. So while that's being undecided, be prepared for what's to come. And that's exactly what my mom did, by instilling certain morals and values. Even though my special sense of hearing was not fully developed, I was still read, I was still protected, I was still provided for, I was still loved, adorned. So all of those supplements were being repeated at an early age. And through the grace of God, He had another plan for me to be where I'm at and not stay in that hearing deficiency. And once I was out of that hearing deficiency, you still have to prepare for her to deal with life goals and being in education. So that was taught to me at a very young age, for me being surrounded by the mother that I have, the warrior that she is, along with my grandparents and along with my village that helped me along the way. So I saw, and it was taught to prepare. When you see there's a disarray, when you see there's a problem, be prepared to help with the resolution. And I carry that with me in all of my goals in my career and throughout life. Now, as a journalist perspective, I was able to do that. Once I made a decision that, hey, I really want to have a career as a media analyst after watching the television show Teen Summit. I knew that being a journalist and was going to be required a lot of work, especially what I had to overcome at an early age with the hearing delay, which required me to have extensive speech related services. But I made a decision early on, like, I really want to take this seriously. So how did I prepare? By participating in my speech classes, improving my writing, constantly reading, constantly challenging myself, surrounding by family and peers that understand the importance of reading and being a profound writer. And this is an ongoing task for the rest of my life. Even a decade in, over a decade in as a journalist. I'm still preparing. I'm still in proper preparation to be the best media analyst that I can be. So I'm 33 now. So this has been a 25-year journey by participating in different projects and different contests that challenged me as a writer, by going to one of the most prominent high schools in New York City. That was all preparation. By going to Brooklyn College. That was all preparation. The proper preparation. And how did I have that? With the mindset that I'm going to do this, that I'm going to take the time to be the best me that I can be in this profession, and not being too proud, because that is also part of your preparation, is not being too proud. You have to ask for help if necessary, if it's going to give you more leverage in your career. And what I've learned in my years as a journalist, that 90% is preparation and learning, and 10% is seizing the opportunity. And once you have the preparation, the opportunities will come. The jobs, the fellowships, the internships, because you have prepared for those. You took the time to study your craft. You took the time to study the history. You took the time to listen to your skills and expertise from professors. And understand, especially in this industry now, media is everly evolving and changing. So you have to stay on top. But one thing I will say, in any aspect of journalism, you will always need a profound writer. You will always need a profound writer to take you into any level of media as well. This is all preparation in my career. I can apply the proper preparation prevents poor performance as a massage practitioner. I didn't realize that I was preparing for this field ever since I was 17. My grandmother gave me the wisdom, God bless her soul, Lady Eloise, gave me the knowledge and gave me the expertise and the wisdom to say, look into this profession, look into this skill asset. This is something else you're going to be doing. And while I studied and crafted my hands through school, through education, through science, this is all preparation to be the practitioner that I am now, and that I'm still learning as a massage practitioner, because massage will continue to grow and to flourish. But the foundation was there for me to be licensed where I'm at in my life right now as a massage practitioner. So my journey alone reminds you that proper preparation prevents poor performance. Without a plan, you are bound to fail. You are bound to fail. Without that, without plan, without taking the time, taking the job to get the job done, it will not be done successfully. And my story reminds others that you can't half step. There's no shortcuts. There's no cookie cutters. When you go into that lane, you get cookie cutter results. So those 5 P's is not new. The former U.S. Secretary of State, James Baker, have utilized that quote in his politics and government and in law. But this is a slogan that can be used for life. For life. If you're not prepared, how do you expect you to navigate through life? How do you expect to complete the goals that you are able to attain? That's like a parent. If you don't prepare your child, how do you expect your child to be a productive human being in society? So, with that being said, the 5 P's are simple P's, but it leads weight. It has such heavy weight. When you take the time to plan and strategize and figure out your goals, it's less headache. It makes everything worthwhile. Definitely makes everything worthwhile. And you're able to complete your goal. And yes, goals don't happen and abundance of blessings don't happen overnight, but you're making the conscious decision to say, I'm going to do whatever it takes to prepare for me to be the best person, the best career professional, the best mate, the best partner, the best friend, etc. Whatever it is that you need to prepare yourself for. Those 5 P's will help you definitely along the way. So this is my conclusion of my talk today, is to remind others that remain steadfast and allow God to lead you in your steps as you continue to prepare and navigate through life the best way you see fit. And as a token of my appreciation for listening to my Power Talk today, I am presenting a video of 7 reasons why people are sad, which means stressed, angry, and depressed from a licensed massage practitioner perspective. I just want to say thank you for taking the time to listen to me today. And I hope and pray that this video will allow you to recenter your focus on your life and on your long-term goals. Thank you.
Hi, I'm excited to share with you today how a business mindset transforms your career into a children's book. My name is Tiffany Teachy, publishing consultant, author, TEDx international speaker. And I want to ask you the question, what if I told you that your mindset holds the key to your success as an entrepreneur? Something to think about. Put in the chat. What are the common ways people typically pursue to secure a raise in their career? What are some ways? Let's think about it. What are some common ways that people are trying to, secure their raise in their career? Well, I want to make sure that you know, yes, those are some ways that people are trying to pursue their career. But have you thought about writing a children's book? Let me know. Put in the chat. Have you ever thought about writing a children's book? So taking ways people have been able to try to pursue a raise, but also thinking, what are ways in which you could do it through writing a children's book? Well, I'm Tiffany Teachy. I'm excited to share with you today my journey and how I can share with you how you can become a children's book author through just thinking about having the business mindset and transforming it into your career into a children's book. Well, let's see. I started out a curious girl in math class, asking the questions, dealing with boys, being with the math and science classes. Sometimes it was challenging because girls would always be insecure or not feeling like they're just as knowledgeable, but actually we as girls were knowledgeable, just as capable as the boys. And so I was that curious girl asking questions in math and science. But I had those challenges sometimes with teachers questioning me when I asked those questions. And I had to let them know, hey, I just want to make sure I know what I'm talking about and know what I'm learning is going to help me in my curiosity. Now, I grew up with parents. One was an educator. My mom was the educator. My dad was an entrepreneur. And so I witnessed both their ways of making sure my brother and I were able to get the education as well as the hard work through learning from the entrepreneurship side of things for my dad. Now, I will say when we talk about the mindset of a business owner and entrepreneurship, I saw some of the obstacles that happen when it comes to the whole having a business, having the employees, having to deal with personalities, dealing with the finances, dealing with all of those different obstacles. So I witnessed it growing up with my father being an entrepreneur. So I saw the pros and the cons of becoming an entrepreneur. Business mindset played a role with it, and his endurance, his resiliency, perseverance, all played a role with it, with being a business owner. And I was able to witness that. Now, I say that to say, as I continued on, I became an engineer, a mechanical engineer in a male-dominated field. which allowed me to see, okay, I made it as far as being able to represent in that field, regardless of any obstacles that I had to take. And I knew that what I was walking into and wanted to be challenged is why I decided to go into engineering. But it was a male dominated field. And so when I looked at it and I would go and talk to the kids about how they could become an engineer, show them how they can become it, I saw that there was a lack of representation in STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, education. Well, it took that opportunity as far as knowing I need to put this in writing. I need to make sure that these kids see themselves in these books, see some representation, see themselves in these careers, especially in STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, because STEM representation matters. So I saw the lack of representation in it and said, let me put it in writing. And so when I saw that lack of representation, I said, okay, put it in writing, create a children's book, and I saw the opportunity. So I became an international best-selling author. I became a TEDx international speaker with the University of South Africa. It allowed me to leverage that book. And what the book is, What Can I Be? STEM Careers from A to Z, which is an alphabet book. I turned that into my career, wanting to see kids be exposed to it and see how they can grow and learn from it as well. And knowing that I'm making an impact through taking my career and putting it into writing and writing a children's book. I had increased credibility and authority, paid speaking engagements. All of that played a role when I decided, okay, despite the business side of things, despite all the obstacles that might happen, becoming an author is a business. I took what I've learned in my journey and allowed it to say, okay, I can become this business owner through becoming an author. There were some ups and downs in this journey, but I know that I was making an impact. I've been able to be on different platforms, from the TEDx to Forbes to Fox, CBS, NBC, and be able to know that I'm making an impact by leveraging my talks with STEM representation, utilizing the children's book, to then take it from an alphabet book to a color and activity book to a teacher's guide journal, and now a series of them being able to take the STEM Crew Kids Adventures, building a balloon powered car. And so I'm taking it to the next level, getting my story out there. And that's what's key when you're talking about taking your career, transforming it, business mindset into a children's book. So what we'll cover today is we're going to talk about, number one, how to overcome self-limiting beliefs for business owners' success in a children's book transformation. Number two, how to cultivate an entrepreneur mindset for crafting career-based children's books. And then number three, how to develop an entrepreneur or business owner mindset with resiliency in crafting a children's book. So the self-limiting beliefs, cultivating that mindset to crafting the children's book, and then number three, the resiliency side of things when it comes to that business mindset. All right, so let's go into number one. How to overcome self-limiting beliefs for business owners' success in children's book transformation. Research has shown and indicates that individuals who successfully conquer their self-limiting beliefs, they gain innovation, they gain critical thinking. So having those two are valuable traits for business owners looking to transform their careers into children's book ventures. So innovation and critical thinking are different things that come out of it when you're talking about conquering your self-limiting beliefs. And so I want you to consider that regardless of whatever thought process that you might have, or when it comes to that business mindset, we want to make sure that you conquer your self-limiting beliefs and you grow in innovation, critical thinking, and those traits will guide you to be able to transform those careers into a children's book. Now, let's transition to number two, how to cultivate a business mindset for crafting a career-based children's book. So how do we do it? I got a strategy for you. Number one, let's reflect. You got to reflect on what have you done in the past? What experiences have you dealt with? With that reflection, you're able to see and evaluate all the things that you've taken part in your life. Next up, number two, influential figures. Who all has made an impact in your life? What influential figures are out there to maybe contribute to your careers, contribute to your path in life, your experiences in life? So reflecting, influential figures, and now let's take it to the next level of number three, drawing on inspiration. When I talk about wanting to take your business mindset, transforming it, and crafting a children's book, you got to draw inspiration. What is your why? You always got to consider, what is your why? Why do you want to go about transforming it into a children's book, taking your career? Is it because you want credibility? Do you want increased income? Do you want to build a legacy? Is there an opportunity for you to make an impact? Draw on your inspiration. So you've reflected, you looked at influential figures, you're drawing on inspiration, and now it's all about crafting that children's book. Now, when you're talking about crafting the children's book, think about it. What is the impact that you're trying to make? What story are you trying to tackle when you want to craft that children's book? So that's the number 4, crafting the children's book in that strategy. Once you've crafted that children's book, know that number 5, that you're molding future leaders. Future leaders, you're making an impact. And you go back to the reflecting, the influential figures, the drawing, the inspiration, your why. You've crafted that children's book, and now you're molding future leaders. And so that's the strategy I would say you take when it comes to being able to know that you're crafting and you're making the impact with your business mindset, transform it into a children's book. Now, let's go into how to develop entrepreneurial resilience in crafting the children's book. Resiliency is making it through despite all obstacles. Everybody has some obstacles that they've had to tackle. Resiliency is one of those things when it comes to having that business mindset. So when you're developing your entrepreneurial resilience, it's not just about overcoming challenges. No, it's more than that. It's about using those challenges to your advantage and constantly seeking opportunities for growth and impact. And that's what it's about, being resilient. How are you taking those challenges, taking advantage of them to then constantly seek those opportunities for growth and impact? That is something you definitely have to consider. Now, I want to share just in general when we're talking about the resiliency. Yes, I was able to become an author, but it was a mindset change. I had to realize that, okay, despite all that I'm going through, working a full-time job to then becoming a business owner, it takes a mindset, a business mindset. It takes resiliency. Despite all that you might come up with being a business owner. I talked about my dad being an entrepreneur. Those are things to think about when you become an author, when you go on these different platforms. I was able to turn my career into a children's book. Science, technology, engineering, math, STEM. I turned what I did as an engineer into a children's book. I started with an alphabet book. I did A is for astronaut, C is for civil engineer. I did R is for robotics engineer, W, web developer. But I took those and now I'm like, okay, parents can take these books, take it to the next level, utilize these books. Now they can build bridges. They got towers. They can do robotics, coding. And then I have the STEM Crew Kids Adventures, building a balloon powered car. Now I have a whole series. So you can take those children's books and take it to the next level of a series, alphabet book, color and activity book, and take it to the next level. Now you can take that book, inspire these kids, and be able to see the impact that you're making. And that is what I've been able to do by turning my career into a children's book and having the business mindset. I've also been able to do cultural and social relevance when it comes to the resiliency of things, of the business mindset. I've got it now translated in Spanish, French, Swahili, and Italian. Not only have I been able to craft it and been able to generate the different types of books, but also been able to take it globally and be able to take it to that level. Opportunities I have gotten with doing a children's book. I've had increased paid speaking engagements. I've had engagements in media platforms as far as publications, additional published books, as you've seen. Now, I've also been able to take it to the next level of leveraging the book. That is what I want you to do when you think about whatever book you're trying to do as far as a children's book, leveraging that book. I've been able to get on these platforms. I've been able to become a podcast host. I've been able to become a radio show host, Read It Right radio show host, and take it to the next level, be in different media platforms. Those are different things. I've traveled Italy to having my book out there, to different countries in Africa, from Ghana to South Africa to Botswana. Taking it to the next level has been amazing, but you go back to your why. Why is it that you want to take it to the next level of having your mindset, being business mindset, transforming it into a children's book? And that is something key that I want you to take advantage of, because you can take it and take advantage of it through all that your experiences have been. Utilizing this business mindset, resilience, regardless of all that you've accomplished, definitely consider that when you're talking about doing that. So how many of y'all have found value in this information? Let me know. Drop it in the chat. Let me know. Have you found any value in this information? Any takeaways? Well, I want you to know the world of children's books has the incredible power to elevate careers and inspire young minds. So I want you to take this information that I've been able to share with you and definitely consider it. If you ever thought about it, maybe it's your time to think about it. And let me go back to the topics just to remind you what we covered. We covered number 1, how to overcome self-limiting beliefs for business owner success in children's book transformation. Number 2, how to cultivate an entrepreneur mindset for crafting career-based children's books. And number 3, how to develop entrepreneur resilience in crafting the children's book. So hopefully you've been able to have some takeaway from the experience that I've been able to share with you, the journey I've taken, and now you can take your experience, take it to the next level using a business mindset and transform it. So what is it costing you by not becoming an entrepreneur, a business owner, an authorpreneur with a children's book? What is it costing you? Well, I have something for you. I have a free ebook for you. It's going to take you to the next level to make sure that you are continuing to grow in the thought process. Did you know that 200 million Americans dream of becoming a published author, but only a few achieve this success? I want you to learn why this is happening. So I want you to download the free ebook, 5 tips for publishing the right book, avoiding common mistakes and finding success as an author. And this is going to take you to the next level. So how do you get it? You go to www.publishtherightbook.com. Once again, www.publishtherightbook.com. And then you'll be able to learn 5 tips for publishing the right book. I want you to avoid those common mistakes and find success as an author, specifically a children's book author, as I've shared with you today. There's a quote by Oprah. The true decision is how will you use yourself and everything that you have been given to serve that is greater than yourself. That is when real empowerment will happen. Okay? So once again, grab that free ebook at www.publishtherightbook.com. I want you to know that this is going to allow you to learn 5 tips for publishing the right book. I want you to avoid those common mistakes and finding success as an author. So go to www.publishtherightbook.com. I hope you've been able to take on so many different ways that you can learn more about how you can transform the business mindset into utilizing your career into a children's book. And so if you want to take it to the next level, go to www.publishtherightbook.com. Once you get that ebook, then it'll take you to the next level where if we need to talk further, do a discovery session, see how we can get you going, get that children's book. It'll get you scheduled for that as well. So once again, go to www.publishtherightbook.com. My name is Tiffany Teachy. And once again, I'm a publishing consultant, owner of Inspired Authors Publishing Agency, and an author, TEDx international speaker, STEM advocate, and been able to turn my career into a children's book. And I want to make sure that you also are able to take that to the next level and turn your career into a children's book through having the business mindset. So hopefully you've been able to have some takeaways and that the sky's the limit. I want to see some more children's books out there. And if so, if you haven't already, www.publishtherightbook.com, get exposed to how you can take it to the next level. Remember your why. Why is it that you want to transform it into a children's book? My why is because I want to definitely STEM representation matters. I didn't see the representation, so I was able to build the credibility, leave a lasting legacy. And those are things to think about when you want to be able to transform your career into a children's book and utilizing the business mindset. Because once you become an author, it is a business. And I had to realize that. And I know that you can do it too. If I can do it, you can do it. So if you haven't already, www.publishtherightbook.com. I want to see some more children's books out there that are transforming lives for our future young leaders. And you can do it too. And I know that you can. And if you want more, I look forward to the journey of seeing you do it. Tiffany Teachy here. And I help being able to get inspired authors to be able to publish those books to make a lasting impression. And I want to make sure that you get exposed to that as well. Thank you.
gotta do it one more time. One more time. Hold on. Listen, y'all, this has already been amazing. Shout out to Dominique and Tiffany. Y'all, go ahead in this chat. I'm looking at y'all in the chat. Remember, if you are watching on social media, that's Facebook, LinkedIn, Twitter, YouTube, you need to go to the Prophets Conference. Guys, I'm going to tell you something. There is a party going on over here in the actual conference. Social media is designed. We just introducing it to y'all. So if you want to be a part of the giveaways, if you want to be a part of the conversation, well, baby, let me tell you. Okay, let me just pull up my laptop a little bit closer, chat, because you know my eyesight ain't what it always used to be. And so I just want to shout out some of the people in the chat right now. And I'm just going to say some of the stuff that I see them. Kawano says, great information. She was talking about, of course, Dominique. Look, Dante. I see Dante in the chat saying that he has written his book and want to know about marketing. So listen, stay tuned. Let's see. Clarina says still is a huge lack, especially in Africa. Thank you for showing the way. All right. Amen to that. Let me see what else. Listen, the chat is moving so fast. I can't scroll. Trevita, I asked for a raise on my job and I was detailed in how I deserved the raise and I got it. Come on now. That's what I'm talking about. Getting that inspiration. Let's see who else do we have here. Come on. Type in the chat. Jamal says that's amazing. Oh, he was commenting on someone else. Allison says, I've written 3 children's books. Guys, first of all, you know what I love so much? When I had a chance to hear both of these incredible power talks, I just knew that this would be in alignment and they would be able to be connected. Guys, but we have more power talks on the way. But this is the deal. Let me go ahead and show y'all the leadership board. Let's see where everybody is at. Guys, get your points up to 150 points. How do you do that? Add a picture to your profile. Update your social media. Make sure that you're commenting in the chat. Make sure that you are participating here. Now, if you're watching on social, honey, baby, you're missing out. I'm telling you, we got a lot of people over here that's logged in. So we're going to be doing our first drawing. We were supposed to do it early where we'll do 2 drawings after we come back from our first panel. So we have 2 more speakers and then we're going to be bringing them back on so we can have a conversation about the conversations. So let's get into it. Let's get to our next speaker.
Wow. I hope you all are as excited as I am about the Prophets Conference. Wow, I hope you all are taking all of these good nuggets in. And I just want you all to give yourself a hand clap because guess what? You made a decision and you showed up. Not only did you register, you showed up. You know how many people registered for this conference? But you all showed up. So give yourself a hand clap because showing up gets you a lot further in life than not. Okay. So who are you? I want you to put in the comments who you are. I'm not talking about your titles. I am not talking about what you do. I want you to tell me who you are. And if you know the meaning of your name, put that in the comments. Because the meaning of your name is who you are. That is the essence of who you are. Just like when Adam actually named all the animals, when he named them, he gave them their character and their behavior all at the same time. And so that's why it's really important on what you name your babies and what your mama named you, because that's who you are. That's part of who you are. So I'm going to tell you who I am. I am Dr. Rhonda Stinson Boyd. And who am I? I'm a lover of Christ. I'm a lover of all human beings and especially children. You know, sometimes they can be extra, but I love them anyway. My name means good spear, which means I can point you in the right direction. And it also means loud and gargantuan, which I can't even pronounce the word, but it says I'm loud and noisy. I can be loud and noisy also. So that is who I am. What I do is I help nonprofits and serial entrepreneurs leave a lasting legacy by transforming their minds around money that results in them building wealth within 7 to 10 years. So I don't ever want you to get mixed up with who you are and what you do, because it is completely different. Who you are actually motivates you and takes you on different levels to get done what you do. But don't ever get those two mixed up. So the name of my talk is Anointed for Action, making moves with your God-given gifts. Because each and every one of you are anointed for action. Every gift that God has given you, is unique to you. It is your unique gift. It may look like somebody else's gift, but that gift is just for you. No one can do it the way that you do it. So 27.3% of college students are working in their field. And I bet y'all like, what? Like all these college students that go to college, only 27.3% of them are working in their fields. And it's like, okay, why? Why is those that are only ones that are actually working in their field? Some can't find jobs in their field, but some majored in something that they didn't even like. And so it's hard to fall into what you want to do if you don't like it. And so that's the reason why I do what I do. So a little background on me. So I'm the executive director of Passion to Pay Project, P3. What I do is I help students, I help adults all find that what you love, you can get paid for, because those are your God-given talents. And so the thing is, why are you not taking action? Why do most people not take action? A lot of times it's a lack of belief. You don't believe in yourself, or someone else have given you a story that you took on as your truth, and that wasn't your truth. Part of it is your goals are vague. So if you have no goals, then you don't have a plan either, because that's the other part of it. If your goals are vague, then you have nowhere to go. There's nothing you're aspiring to. So we got to work on your belief system. What you do and what you love, you can get paid for it. But you have to believe it. You have to figure out, I love this so much, and God gave me this gift, and I'm supposed to do something with it. So now what do I do with it? And if you don't believe that you're supposed to get paid for it, then you have to change that belief system. And I do a lot of changing belief system with affirmations. Your affirmation now and your confession should be, I believe in the God-given talent that God has given me. I can prosper with it. I am built and was made in this world to do this gift to help others. So you have to start saying that to yourself each and every day. And then you have to set goals. And it's not one thing of set a goal, I'm going to start a business. Okay, I found what I love. I'm going to start a business. And then I want to make this amount of money. So no, what's your next thing? How are you going to leave what you love to the next generation when you're not even here? So those are the goals. It doesn't stop with just one goal, it goes up. And then you have to have a plan. You have to write stuff down. You have to know what your vision and your mission is with your gift. And if you don't know, like some of you on here right now might not even know, like I like to do a bunch of stuff, because I was in that boat. I like to do a bunch of stuff. I don't know what I want to do. Well, I'm going to give you a few tips for you to be able to figure out to link things together. The first thing is, I want you to write down all your assets. So I want you to take time, sit down, everything that you went to school for, everything that you loved in school, everything that you have done on all of your jobs that you excelled in, I want you to write them down. Then on this side, I want you to write down everything that makes you mad in the world. All the problems that hit hard. Like there's some problems that, oh, well, I hope they get it right, and it don't really hit hard on you. But then there's some that hits your heartstrings and it hits hard. I want you to write down all the problems, and then I want you to look at both your lists together, because somewhere in between is what you're supposed to be doing, because those assets are supposed to solve the problems of the world. And so I'm going to give you a little bit about my story, because I'm not, I just my doctorate. I didn't always have a doctorate in everything. I started off in a cubicle. For 19 years, I started off in a cubicle, and I had to eventually make a decision whether or not do I stay in the cube or actually go after what I'm supposed to do. Now, for me, it was a little easy, and I'm not telling anybody to quit their job, but for me, they were closing. And so I had a choice. I can make a decision to drive an hour and a half every day back and forth, or I can go after my dream. I had someone behind me that says, go find something you love to do. And that's how Passion to Pay Project was started. I got a coach, 2 coaches. I got a coach to be able to help me take everything out of my head, all of my ideas, all of my plans, and do a plan. One big plan to birth Passion to Pay Project out. And so sometimes you need help. Sometimes you're not supposed to do it all on your own. And so that's part of making that plan, is getting someone that can help you put everything in order. And the way that I came up with Passion to Pay Project was my daughter was 9 or 10 years old, and she took her to the doctor, and the doctor asked her what she wanted to be when she grew up. The doctor said, and she said a photographer. She's 33 now. And the doctor was like, no, what do you really want to be? I'm like, what? So she made up something. I don't ever want any of you to make up something just because of what society has told you. Your God-given talents were made for you to share with the world. What you love to do at 8 and 9, you probably really should be doing that. You may not think that now because life creeps in, but don't ever let anybody discourage you, because you can get paid for what you love to do. And so being anointed for action and using your God-given talent, I'm going to give you some steps with action. So if you got a pen and paper, I want you to write this down. I want you to write action down the side of your paper, ACTION. And I'm going to give you some pointers that go away with to get you moving and stepping forward in your God-given talent. So A is for acknowledge. First of all, you got to acknowledge your gift. God gave you that gift. You got to acknowledge it. Some of them things that come easy to you, you're supposed to be using. And sometimes we don't always want to do what comes easy to us. But once you find avenues to be able to use it, to using your gifts. So first you got to acknowledge it. Do anything, but use it. Show somebody, tell somebody about your talent, and then train. So you have to train in your talent. So I'm a nonprofit expert, but that doesn't mean that I'm not still reading articles, going to get books, learning about the nonprofit world. The library is a wealth of information. Go get a book on a thing that you love and read it. I is for influence, for all you, and I ain't talking about the influencer that's on social media, even though some of you might have thousands of followers, but you are influencing. By you using your gift and talent, you're influencing the next generation or the person that's sitting right beside you in the cubicle. Because they might be scared to step out on their God-given gift, but when you do it, it might encourage them to go ahead and do it also. So you are an influence. Regardless if you think you are or not, you're either influencing for the good or influencing for the bad. And then O is for own your truth. Everything that happened to you, everybody didn't have a good childhood. Everybody didn't have a good life. And all those things are not holding you back, but they were a lesson. It was, unfortunately, may have been a good or a bad lesson that you had to live through. But somebody else might be living through that exact same lesson. And you could be the person to help them get through that by you telling your truth. And your truth might not have anything to do with your talent, But 9 times out of 10, some of the stuff that you don't like might have helped happen to you through your childhood. And that's the reason why you don't like it. So you have to own your truth. You got to be truthful to yourself of who you are, what you want to do, and who you want to be. And now is the time. There is no better time than right now to start and get into your passion and to get into your goal. It is your time because you're anointed right now. This place, this time. There's a reason you wasn't born back in 1818. It's the reason you were born right now because there was a problem that needed to be fixed right now. So I don't want you to give up on the things that you love because those things you can make money from and you're anointed to do it. Again, I am Dr. Rhonda Stinson Boyd. I help nonprofit founders and serial entrepreneurs leave a lasting legacy by transforming their mind around money that results in them building wealth within 7 to 10 years. You can contact me at www.flowintofreedom.org or 803-238-5839. Thank you for joining us here at the Prophets Conference.
Well, son, I'll tell you, life for me ain't been no crystal stair. It's had tacks in it and splinters and boards torn up and places where there ain't no carpet on the floor, bare. But I still a climbing on and reaching landings and turning corners. That is an excerpt from a poem entitled Mother to Son by V. Langston Hughes. My name is Zahara Williams, and I am a licensed therapist, author, and corporate trainer. Today, I'm here to talk to you all about discovering, not that, about. Well, son, I'll tell you, life for me ain't been no crystal stair. It's had tacks in it and splinters and boards torn up and places where there ain't no carpet on the floor, bare. But I still climbing on and reaching landings and turning corners. That is an excerpt from a poem entitled Mother to Son by V. Langston Hughes. My name is Zahara Williams. I am a licensed therapist, author, and corporate trainer. Today, I am here to talk to you all about discovering purpose after loss. Now, when most people think of loss, they think of it in terms of the death or transition of a family, friend, or loved one. But loss covers a broad spectrum of life experiences. For some, it's the loss of a job. For others, it's divorce. For some, it's the end of a friendship. For some, it's the loss of finances. For some, it is the loss of a house. For others, it's the loss of a car. For some, it's even the loss of abilities. And the impact can be just as vast. There may be those that have feelings of uncertainty and confusion, frustration, doubt, anger, shame, and even guilt. Now, when we think about loss, we often think about things that leave us, that are no longer with us. But it also covers things that we have to release. Now, that is the uncomfortable aspect sometimes of this life journey, is realizing when something is no longer serving you and you have to make a conscious decision to release the thing that you've become so comfortable with. That's also part of the life journey that includes loss. Now, oftentimes when I talk about loss, I share the story of the most impactful loss for me. And that, at one period, was the loss of my grandmother. However, time has happened and other losses have occurred. And so today I want to take you on a different journey and talk to you all about the story of my father. The year was 2016, and my father was diagnosed with chronic kidney disease, which was linked to unmanaged high blood pressure. See, my father, by many accounts, didn't necessarily believe in going to the doctor unless something was seriously wrong, and seriously I'm using that in relative terms. See, he believed that he had sufficient water because he would tell me, you don't see all this water I put in this coffee? Okay, sir. It's plenty of water in this pop. It's mostly water. It's just, this other stuff in here too. Okay, if that's what you believe. He would also tell us, when we asked about vegetables, he would say, I have lettuce and tomatoes on this hamburger. I get my vegetables in regularly. And he was absolutely serious. However, 2016 shifted things. And not only did he become aware, but he also became open to understanding the value and the importance of nutrition. See, my father came from a lineage where his mother, my grandmother, lived until she was 101 years old. And to some degree, he said, Mama didn't need to drink all this water and have all these fruits and vegetables. And she wasn't an unhealthy woman by any stretch of the imagination, but things were different. She also wasn't eating hamburgers and drinking all the coffee and pop either. See, things that we do in the formative or earlier years of our life do have an impact on how we live and what we experience later. And everybody's journey is different. Some people will tell you that they've eaten fried chicken and drank liquor and smoked cigars or cigarettes and they live to be 90 years old, but that will not be everyone's journey. And it surely was not my father's. So he had to shift. He began drinking bottles of water and having smoothies and finding those vegetable medley frozen foods. But even that was problematic. You see, frozen foods have a lot of sodium and kidney disease don't quite go together. And that was frustrating for him because he felt like he was on the right track and things were not getting better. So he had to shift again. So we fast forward to 2019. He's having severe stomach pains. He goes to the doctors. They believe it's something else. He's continuing to be monitored for the kidney, now stage 3 kidney disease. And he's saying, I'm in pain. So I see my father in November 2019 for Thanksgiving, and he is frail. He says, well, I haven't been eating as much because when I eat, it hurts. And I'm like, you need to go to the doctor. And he said, well, they said, and I'm like, you need to go back. And I said, you know what? I have a resolve for that. How about you just come live with me? And I will ask the questions. I will make sure that the tests are run. I will make sure that you are getting the nutrition that you need. I'm not saying you are doing a horrible job, but maybe you could use some support. And that would also, give us more time together because I live in a different state. And he was not having it. He told me, I want you to live your life. I don't want you to feel stagnant. Now, the irony of it is that when my father was in his late 40s, early 50s, he relocated from Michigan to be in Florida with his mother because he wanted to be there during the latter years of her life. And when I brought that up to him, he said, don't do what I do. I said, okay. So as much as I didn't like it, as much as I wanted him here with me in Texas, I had to honor his autonomy because this is what he chose for his life. And I had to go along with it. 2020 comes and we are now all in distress. There is a global pandemic. There is so much uncertainty and my father is home suffering. I say, Daddy, you need to go to the hospital. Because you just told me you have not eaten in several days because it's so painful. His response to me was, well, they said you only go if you're having these COVID symptoms, and I don't have none of those. And I don't want to go there and get sicker. Well, it sounds like you really need to go. Promise me you'll go. Well, I'll think about it. Okay. So I'm texting my father one day about something business related because I wanted him to check some links and make sure they worked, and he enjoyed doing those types of things in his retirement. And he texted me back and said, "I'll do it later. I'm at the hospital." Pause. "Excuse me, sir?" "Well, I fell and I couldn't get up, so I had to call the ambulance." "Okay. Well, I will check in with you later because we need to know what's going on, and we check with my sisters, and so we can all be on one accord and figure out what, if anything, we need to do." My father was in the hospital for 3 weeks. During that time, the doctors tell us that my father has not one, but 2 forms of cancer that have run rampant and taken over his body. We couldn't even conceptualize that. What are we hearing? When did this happen? So many questions that came up for us. And he even told us, these doctors don't know what they're talking about because there is no way. Well, after that 3-week period, they tell us that our father has to be released to hospice because he can absolutely not go home alone. And at this point, no one has seen him because they're not allowing visitors in the hospital. And that was a rough period. So he goes to stay with his sisters. My father was the baby of 13, and he was the last surviving brother. And of course, he was the baby, so he was the youngest. And they said, "We will take care of him. We got it." So he gets there on a Sunday. By Tuesday, I have a conversation with my father, and he tells me, "Just know that I always loved you." Once the phone was handed back to my aunts, I said, "I will see you all tonight." I booked a flight, called my job, and said, "I have to go to Florida to take care of my father. He was just released to hospice, and I don't know when I will be back." I get there late that night, almost early Wednesday morning. I see my father for the first time since November 2019. And he is emaciated, skin and bones. I call my sisters and say, "If you want to see him, you need to come now." So my sister comes later that day. My other sister says, "I do not want to see him in that condition." She didn't tell us that right away, but she later disclosed that that was the reason she did not come. My father passed that following Saturday. So as we are getting his affairs in order, we're at the house cleaning out, figuring out what's important that we need to keep, what do we need to let go of, and this is going at a rampant pace. He just passed. 2 days later, we're at the house because we both have to at some point go back to our respective homes, and we are now responsible for figuring out what happens next. Well, as we're going through his things, I stumble across these folders and binders of trainings that my father has gone to. Now, my father was a very intelligent man. He was accepted to West Point. If you're familiar with that, it is a pretty prestigious school. However, he chose not to go. Once he was done with the Army, he said, "I am done with the Army and the military in general." So he went on to live his life. He worked in customer service and management. And there was something, though, along the path for him that knew that there was something more, that there were other opportunities. So these binders that he collected were what we would now see as coaches calling out to say there are opportunities to grow and scale and niche. So he was intrigued by it. The challenge is, what do you do next? What other information do you need? Who do you connect with? And he was uncertain. So it stopped there. It stopped at gathering all of this information, and then nothing happened. And given that I was already in the entrepreneurial space, this resonated with me. It was like a light bulb went off. That sometimes the journey, we think that once we just get this information, that will be it for us. But sometimes we need more. We need to connect with other people. We need to learn more information. We need to make some sacrifices. We need to exhibit some patience and consistency in the effort and work. And that is something that I have been mindful of along this particular journey, that I have to stay the course. It won't always look like what I'd like for it to. And that was just one of the lessons that I learned. Another lesson that I learned is I talked about my father, who was by no means a chef and would often have hot dogs for breakfast. Don't judge him, that's what he wanted. The power of nutrition. Now, I was already on my own journey. I do believe that him getting sick and starting to have a decline in his health further pushed me to learn about the powers of fruits and vegetables, and breaking our fast in the morning with fruits and drinking plenty of water and learning about herbs and their healing power and what they're purposeful for. But that experience taught me the importance of what we do now has an impact on us later. And so I shifted. And that wasn't just for me, because everyone that I am connected with knows about the importance of these things. My friends will be the first to tell you that when they talk about something hurting or feeling out of alignment, I'll say, you know, there's a herb for that. It's my key phrase. Because I want us to be well. And the wellness is physical, but I promise you it also transitions to the mental as well. It allows for clarity and creativity. We know that when we are heavy weighted with food, we get a little sluggish, we get sleepy, and sometimes that creativity gets stunted. But when you are filled with vitamins and nutrients from berries and vegetables, you're energized. You're thinking clearly, you're not heavy weighted, and that was another lesson learned. Because I wonder if my father would have been more in tune with his body and consuming things that was feeding it and nourishing it, if those things that he had an interest in would have gone further, because he would have had the energy, the creativity, the interest to move forward with those things. But we'll never know. So I want you to take a moment and think about the most impactful loss for you. What was it, or what was the circumstance in which you experienced a loss? What was the lesson that you learned from that experience? And what has been the impact? Because lesson and impact are not the same. We can learn something and do absolutely nothing with it. Or we can learn something and we can make shifts and we can see some change and growth. I want you to really think about that. So those were two lessons that I learned from that experience with my father. Yet another one that he shared along the journey. He told me a time or even two, I love that you have developed these friendships and you stay connected to them. I wish I would have done more than that. You see, I'm originally from Detroit. I lived in Atlanta, Georgia for about 12 years, and then I relocated to Texas. And Texas just does not want to let me go, but I am here. And I would go on trips and still go on trips. I meet my friends, they come meet me, I go visit them. And he said, I was so focused on work and climbing the corporate ladder that I didn't develop those connections. I was so focused on family and being there for my sisters after my other brothers passed away and my mom got sick. I wanted to be there for them, but I didn't focus on connections for me. Who was filling his cup? Who was he aligned with that he could share experiences with outside of his sisters? Not many people. And so he had some regrets later on in life. And for me, as much as I already value the connections that I have in my friendship, it made me further cemented in the importance of investing in those friendships honoring and nurturing those friendships, because they are meaningful not just now, but they will also be meaningful later. They are individuals who show up for me in ways that I need, and I hope I am also showing up for them in ways that they need. That was yet another lesson that I learned through loss. See, sometimes we get so tunnel vision on what is missing and the day that they transition that we forget or neglect to consider the whole picture. So when I'm working with individuals who are dealing with grief and loss, I tell them their life was more than the day they died. Their life was more than the day they died. And for me, I know that to be true. So it's not something I just say to others to get them to reflect, but I know that there are some valuable lessons I learned, not just in his death, but also in his life, that he taught myself and my sisters along the journey that stick with us and very much influence how I show up in life. There was purpose in that. And my father being a part of my life, of him teaching me lessons, even of his transition. There were things that I learned that were necessary for me and again for other people that I am connected with, but that required awareness and intention. There is purpose after loss. And as we know, as I mentioned starting off, life isn't always this wonderful rose petals of beautiful experiences. I like to say it is definitely an ebb and flow. And we don't always do things because things do things well and learn from those. We learn sometimes from the trials that we experience in life. It teaches us about ourselves, about our relationships, about our connections. Because as Langston Hughes so eloquently stated, life ain't been no crystal stair. But I will add to that, but that's also not all it is. Thank you for your time.
Wow, 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 wow. Oh, my goodness. Y'all, well, I felt like my girl Sahara was talking to me. Like, anybody else feel that as well? And then, of course, y'all, I mean, just such an incredible layout of everybody that we've had thus far, just bringing life into us. And so shout out, and also Dr. Rhonda. Listen, I have some questions that we're going to be asking them in a few. But this is what I want to know from y'all. What did y'all take away from this? What is something that you took away? Also, in case anybody has a specific question that you want to ask to one of our speakers that come on the panel, you can go ahead and type that question. There is an area where you can do, some people are typing in the Q&A, but it's an area on the side. So you'll see where the chat boxes are. There's like a square one, and then there's a circle one. That is where you can actually submit your Q&A questions for whoever you want to talk to. I've kind of prepared a couple questions just based on the Power Talks, but if you do want to ask any questions to our speakers, you are welcome. For those of you guys watching on all social media platforms, go to theprofitsconference.com so that you can join us in this conversation. We have a ton of people right now that are plugged in. And guess what? After this panel, we're going to do our very first giveaway. Well, we're going to give away 2 items. So we got 2 or 3 items. I don't know. We might do 2 or 3. So we're going to be doing some giveaways in just a few, but we'll be bringing up our panelists. So with that stated, guys, let me turn on the thing so that they can come on because I got it off. But I am going to also play some commercials. So I'll be right back with these commercials and we'll be back with our panelists. Let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, Taria Vision-Avant. I'm looking for 12 men and women who can join us on this collaboration book, Down But Not Out. Listen, we already have 5 people who have joined us, as you can see, but we are looking for more. If you want to be able to share your story of overcoming a setback, whether it be through relationships, business, career, mental, physical wellness, anything that you would like to share, not only would this journey be a personal healing journey for you, but this self-help book will also help thousands. We're looking for you to join us. If you're interested, please go to downbutnotoutbook.com. Again, downbutnotoutbook.com. If you want to join us for the live presentation that we have coming up in a few days, go to downbutnotoutbook.com. Downbutnotoutbook.com. See you there.
Hi there, passionate professionals from all walks of life. Teachers, doctors, engineers, artists, entrepreneurs, and those with a story worth telling to share. Are you ready to transform your career into a profitable children's book? I'm Tiffany Teachy, owner, publishing consultant at Inspired Authors Publishing, where we help aspiring children's book authors publish captivating stories that engage young readers and have a lasting legacy. We've even created the Children's Book Success Kit, a powerful toolkit designed to equip you with all the essential resources and personalized guidance needed to thrive in the world of children's book publishing. My children's books, which started out as an alphabet picture book promoting STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, diversity, and have since expanded into a multilingual educational resource, coloring books, teachers' guides, are what set me apart. This journey led me to speak at TEDx and Forbes Business Council events, gaining global recognition and inspiring children in Italy and across 3 African countries. Join us today and be one of the many aspiring children's authors with the right tools and guidance to publish your books. Visit www.publishtherightbook.com and let's take your writing journey to a new heights with the free 5 tips for publishing the right book ebook and avoid common mistakes in finding success as an author. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity. See you as the next profitable children's book author.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dr. Rashida Jackson. I am the co-founder and chief operating officer of Be Free University. Our mission is to set 1 million families free financially. We make wealth obtainable worldwide through programs, courses, and tools that make passive income easily. And today I am giving away a 7-book library on real estate and a his and hers journal combination. I want to wish all of you good luck.
Hey everybody, Taria Vision Avant here. Listen, we're looking for partners. If you would like to partner with us and do your own collaboration book, that means you have a little bit of influence. You can at least get 7 people to join you. That means about 50 people that are interested, right? If you can get about 7 people to join you and be a part of a collaboration book, we want to partner with you. Not only does this give you an opportunity to make some money, but you can also host a conference just like this. On top of that, it comes with a ton of training and just now releasing audiobooks and ebooks. If you are interested, what I need you to do is go to bookcollaborationpartner.com, learn more information of how it is that you can partner with us and you can be able to earn commissions, host a conference, and also change the lives. Because listen, putting together a collaboration book and putting it out there does change lives. So go ahead to bookcollaborationpartner.com. Again, bookcollaborationpartner.com. I can't wait to work with you. Bookcollaborationpartner.com. See you there.
All right, y'all. So we're back. Let's give it up, first of all. Yes. Hold on. Let me turn it up a little bit. Yes. So I want to give it up to our first group, and we're about to bring them on, guys. And so we're going to have just a little conversation. So I was checking to see if you guys had any questions in the chat. And then, of course, afterwards, we're going to do our very first giveaway. So I am so thrilled and excited. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to bring to you to the stage Zahara Williams, Dr. Rhonda Boyd, and Tiffany Teachy. Let's bring them on. Yes. Hey, y'all. Well, listen. Well, first of all, ladies, your power talks were amazing. Thank you for bringing the energy. Dominique couldn't be with us for this panel discussion, but I am so happy to have you guys here so that we can have some talks. And so, first of all, just real quick, I would love for you guys, I know you already had a chance to do it in the power talks, but still want you guys to introduce yourselves. So hold on one sec. Let me make sure I get y'all. Okay, yeah, I got everybody on their joints. All right, let me make sure. I want to make sure. All right. So first, I want to go ahead and have you guys to introduce yourself, and we'll just go ahead and start in the order that we were in for the talks. So we'll start off with Tiffany Teachy. If you could just give us your intro statement, darling. The mic is yours.
All right. My name is Tiffany Teachy, and I help aspiring authors be able to take their idea into becoming a children's book author. So turning also your career into a children's book. And so hopefully we'll be able to tackle that through my company, Inspired Authors Publishing. So that is who I am, and I hope that we can get more children's books out there.
Oh, absolutely, honey. Okay, we gonna get there. I think all of us about to touch and agree right here, just on the panel, bloop, 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 that we gonna get these children's books done. All right, and so next, let me bring on, hold on, make sure I got the order right, Chad. Okay, Dr. Rhonda, the mic is yours.
Good afternoon. I think it's afternoon now. Welcome, everybody, to the Prophets Conference. I am Dr. Rhonda Stinson Boyd. I help nonprofit founders and serial entrepreneurs leave a lasting legacy by transforming their mind around money so they can build wealth within 7 to 10 years. And my contact information is on the screen. So welcome.
On. Yes, thank you, darling, for building that wealth. Come on with it. And no, it is still morning for some of us, like Zahara and I, child, because we over here in Texas. So it's still the morning. No, I'm messing with you. But Zahara, go ahead. The mic is yours.
Good morning or afternoon, wherever you are. My name is Zahara Williams, a cultivating transparency specialist of Suite 111 Counseling and Consulting. I help teams enhance cohesion and productivity by bridging gaps and curating a space for trust.
Okay, so ladies, I want to go ahead and get into this conversation. First of all, yes, and actually you're correct, because I think we even have some people that are watching right now in multiple countries. I believe Nigeria is on the line. Pretty sure I had some people from the UK say they wanted to join in. So hello to everybody from all over the world. Well, you guys did some really, really powerful talks, and I want to first start off with Tiffany. I've got some of these questions here. So one of the things you talked about was self-limiting beliefs, and I believe, Tiffany, that First of all, ironically, because I know you've been to Africa, I've been to Africa. We went to South Africa together, but I believe you've also been to West or East Africa, one of those. And I remember when I first went, I was actually going to work with kids. For me, it was my limiting belief was that I don't know if I could work with kids, right? And so for some people that are watching here, they might be thinking to themselves, well, I don't know if that's my ministry, or I don't know if I have the ability to work with kids. It's a lot of pressure because these are our future leaders. What do you say to the person right now who's saying, it sounds good, but I don't even know in my space if I should write a book in this, or if I can write a book. So let's talk about some of the limiting beliefs that I think a lot of us put on ourselves when it comes to working with children.
Right. Well, it's all about thinking back. I go back to that why. When you think about why is it that you want to make an impact, I think that's the biggest piece that we have to think about. And so why is it that you want to make an impact? There's a story that you have that you can share. And that's what we want to make sure you think about. So you went through something as a child. Go back and think about what was it that you experienced that you maybe would like a child to be able to experience, and maybe tell your story. And so when you think about that, having those doubts of whether you can work with kids, the impact that you're making, it's amazing with me being a children's book author to see the impact that I'm making. They come back and they see that they've made some type of extravagant moment where they come back and say, look at you, you're in the book. To see the author on the back of it. I mean, it's amazing the impact that you're making. To know that your story is getting out there, think about your why. What is it that's going to allow you to know that you're making an impact with that child? And I think that's the biggest piece that you have to think about. I always go back to the why. And somehow somebody or some child needs to hear your story. And so you shouldn't be selfish. Share the story, because you don't know what impact that one thing can make on that child.
Absolutely. I'm with you on that. And I think another thing I got to remember, and that some of us maybe we need to remember, is that children are people too, right? They're children, but they're people. And so like we work with people. So you're right. Think about that impact that you want to have. I know for me, I want to have an impact on the world, but it's easy to be able to transition that impact that I want to have with adults into kids, and then definitely through those children's books. So Dr. Rhonda, I want to shift over to you. You said something I think that was powerful too, because I remember years ago, I used to say, sometimes getting paid for your purpose and your passion is two different things, right? You might be able to be here for a purpose, and that's where you get paid, but you might not always be able to get paid in your passion. But today, with the way the world works, it's so different. There's people who literally, they just love watching movies. They're passionate about it, and they get to do reviews and be able to use their thoughts and ideas of what they thought about it as a way to make money, right? So I love what you said in that what you do and what you love, you can get paid for it. Like, I'm getting chills because when I tell you something, what I do today, I love it. I love it with all my life, and I'm grateful to be in this place. But what do you say to the person? Because you also talked about having a gift. And many times, and the Bible even says that, God will make room for your gift, right? What do you say to the person? Because I know you said, think about the stuff you like to do. But sometimes we're a little bit too hard on ourselves. And I think, you know what I'm saying? We're too hard. Well, God didn't give me no gift. I don't even know how to think about what I need to do. Because you work with people in this space, what do you say to that person who right now says, I don't have a gift, or whatever it is that I know how to do, ain't no way I'm going to get paid for it?
Oh, man. So that's really good, because I'm going to give you an example of someone that I actually helped with that. And because sometimes we take very lightly on our gifts, and I work with kids also, so I do kids and adults. And even in the kid space, you get that child that likes to doodle. There might be marketing or an artist, but we have to cultivate that. So as we get older, of course, we start to just follow in line what society says: go to college, get a job, you're supposed to retire. And that used to be the American dream. That is not the American dream anymore. And so that person that is, I like to collect flowers. I mean, something as simple as I love to garden. Right now, gardening and growing things, everyone can't do it. And so you can get paid for making beautiful flowers. It's something just as simple as that. But had a young lady that was in one of my classes, and she got really upset with me because when I teach, I am a workshop teacher. Like, you're going to participate when I teach. And so on the test, it was like, so what are you doing in the ministry? And she couldn't put anything down because she wasn't. And she was like, I don't know what to do. And I was like, so what do you love to do? She was like, I like to decorate, and I like doing flowers. I'm like, so we have a flower bed. Go do the flower bed. Like, people get paid to, like, people want beautiful yards, and everybody don't know how to grow flowers. Like, my husband won't let me plant a flower now because he feels like he's going to take care of it, because he probably will, because I don't have a green thumb. But there are so many things that people love to do. And it's really just sitting down with somebody and going through. So let's list you love to do. But it's something as simple as that. And I use gardening.
I love that. Okay, well, thank you, because I love that. We sometimes overlook the things that God has given us a gift in, because we know how to do it without thinking. We think that that's not really an opportunity. I mean, I remember this show that came out a couple of years ago where it was these two women that were professional organizers. No, they're not cleaning ladies, right? They're not cleaning. What they do is they come in and organize stuff professionally. Like, they can come organize your pantry, right? and they had a TV show working with celebrities. What in the world? And so today, more than ever, there are so many ways that we can be able to leverage the things that we love doing without thinking and create a whole business. Look on TikTok. Come on, y'all. How about y'all are y'all on TikTok too? Child, let me tell you something. I get on TikTok sometimes. No shade, no tea. I be like, what in the world? Like, some of these people be live just, I don't even know. They do all type of weird stuff on TikTok. There's this one TikTok where they're like using some kind of torch that writes people's names. And so the people just comment and give likes so they can see their name on the torch. And then, everybody doing that little robot thing with all of that, right? But this is it. I mean, the opportunities are limitless out here, guys. Let's stop holding ourselves to a limit of that. What do they call it? The glass ceiling. Well, look, Dr. Rhonda, I want to come to you now, okay? I mean, no, I already talked to Dr. Rhonda Zahara. I want to talk to you now. So, girl, listen, let me tell you something, y'all. If everybody that was listening to Zahara on this thing, if y'all were like feeling like she was talking to you, go ahead, just type 1 in the chat. Type 1. And by the way, I know some people were asking about replays. I am going to check to see some of the questions. The replay will be available. So everybody who pre-ordered the book or VIPs, you will get an opportunity to upgrade to VIP. The replays will be available. But this right here, all of today is available. So we'll be able to share with you guys how you can get it. It's available. But tomorrow is going to be workshop day. Those are only available to VIPs, okay? All right, so let's get into this question. So, honey, the most impactful loss? Come on, y'all. Most of us don't think about what are the losses that have caused us to be where we are today. And what's crazy is when you share your story about your dad, girl, that was the most impactful loss I ever had in my life. And I'll even say sometimes, Zahara, I say, if it was not for my dad, unfortunately, becoming my angel, I may not be where I am today. Because my father had insurance. That's another conversation. Set me up so that I could launch a business and fall on my butt a couple times. And now I'm here doing what I love to do. What do you say to the person who is feeling bad, though, about seeing the opportunity and looking at the positivity in a loss? Does that make sense?
Absolutely. Absolutely. So I say to individuals who say, how can I even consider something positive when I've experienced something so tragic? It's about duality and balance of perspective. You can grieve the loss and feel the pain associated with that person or thing no longer being in your life, but then also see the gains and the lessons from it. Because what purpose does it really serve if we are not seeing something that we can say, I learned this from this experience. Now, how can I use that to propel me forward? Right? I don't think the lessons that we go through are just to keep us in a sad space, right? It's about a balanced perspective, and that duality can absolutely exist. Because if not, some people will find themselves, what I often tell clients is that they'll find themselves in a perpetual cycle, right? Of having this negative or undesirable experience, feeling the pain and getting absolutely nothing from it. And sometimes when we learn the lessons, it's like, one, if it happens again, because life happens and does not ask for permission, I might add, we know how to navigate it in a better way so we're not stagnant, because that can also happen. And so those are things that I do encourage people to consider as a balanced perspective, learning to not repeat cycles that keep them from actually growing and benefiting from it. And again, when we think about the loss of a loved one of the things I stated in my talk is their life was more than the day they died. Was your only experience with them that one day and that one experience? Are we now defining it by that one moment? Or are we looking at the experiences that you had with that individual and honoring that? What are you doing to honor the memory from them? Because otherwise, what purpose do they serve in your life if we're just looking at, oh, they're no longer here? But my father introduced me to travel. My father introduced me to looking things up. When we ask him a question, he said, did you look in them brown encyclopedias? Those are things that are lessons that are valuable that can help us even on this entrepreneurial journey. Is that if you don't know the answer, ask for it. explore, be open to things that you're uncomfortable with. So that's the insight I would share with those who are saying, well, how can I even possibly consider, because their life was more than the day they died.
Mm. Thank you so much for that. You see, I was getting emotional too, guys. I get emotional talking about my daddy, honey, because I was a big old daddy's girl, and also even my mom. My mom, well, she passed when I was 11, my birth mother, but then my second mom. So thank you so much for sharing that, ladies. Tomorrow is our workshop day, and I'm gonna shout y'all out in the chat. I see y'all because I gotta make sure I get to y'all, but tomorrow is workshop day, and I know that you guys are about to bring it. So if you could share with us, what is your workshop going to be about, and why should our attendees not miss your workshop? So go ahead. I will start off with Tiffany.
All right. Well, many of y'all got a little taste of it today, of how you can take that business mindset and turn it into, from your career to a children's book. So we're going to go further. We're going to go dive deep. We're going to go and try to make sure you really understand. I see some questions in the chat where they're saying, okay, what is the difference between adults and children's? Well, we're going to go in depth with it so we can really know who your target audience is and how you're going to go about making sure you meet the needs of what the children need to know. And so how to build that business mindset with the turning your career into a children's book. And so we're going to go further and dive deeper into it and do some hands-on and show you how you can take it to the next level and now become a children's book author. So that'll be what we'll be talking about.
All right. And we're going to go to Dr. Rhonda.
So the name of my title of my talk is Positioning Yourself for Wealth. And part of that, what we did was we laid the foundation today, because you got to take action in order to position yourself for wealth. And so we are going to go through some activities and some things. So if you're looking to leave a lasting legacy for your family, but also want to be able to use that wealth while you're alive, then come see me tomorrow. Come see me tomorrow.
All right. Okay, y'all. And then last but definitely not least, we have Zahara.
Well, unfortunately, I will not be here for the breakout sessions. I have another commitment.
Oh, man.
I know. The live conference. So.
Okay, but you know what? Look, I'm about to put her on the spot. So since you ain't gonna be here tomorrow, but can we get a little workshop sent to us registrants?
I can absolutely do that.
Okay, there we go. See, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes you just gotta ask and put people on the spot, because then you can't say. Well, ladies, listen, we're out here booked, busy, blessed, and bank. I know that you guys got the book real quick. What are you excited about most? If you have it with you, you can throw it in the screen. What are you excited about most with having the book, The Whole Entrepreneur, that has just come out? Yes! Y'all, that book look good. Ow! Come on now. So, Tiffany ain't even opened the box. You muted, child. You muted yourself.
It just came today, literally today. So.
Literally today? Oh, yes. Okay. Well, Tiffany, what are you excited about with this book?
I'm excited to be able to know that I'm going to share my journey and share the experiences. I talked about how when I became an author, it became a business. And so having that business mindset is key. I said, here's my book, but I didn't have a plan. And so want to make sure that if you're thinking about maybe having a children's book, having a book, that you've taken it to the next level and have that business mindset. So I'm excited about making the difference, making the impact, and yeah, the sky's the limit. So.
Yes, come on, collaboration, making an impact and a difference in the world. Dr. Rhonda, what you excited about most? Because, honey, let me tell you something about Dr. Rhonda, too. She don't play out here in these marketing streets, okay? Go ahead, love.
Yes. So what I was excited about, even with this is my first book also. So this is my first book. Oh, yes. But yes, my chapter is about mindset and the journey that it took for me to get here, because I've been in business for 7 years. And so to be able to go back and write it down, just to go back and see the way that my mind thought and how it opened up doors. And a lot of it was decision making, making the decision and sticking with it. And even with saying yes to this project, was like, okay, just do it. Like, don't be afraid to do it. Say yes. So anybody that's out there that you got a story to tell, you need to come on over, and I give plug to the to Book Prophets Club, because Taria Avant is the woman. She's the truth. And so it was very simple, challenging but simple. But I am so excited. I will be in Houston also, so I am making that trip, because that's kind of like my second home too. I got family there. I got a little one there. But yes, but yeah. So it was, mine is about mindset, and how even just making a decision and saying yes opens up doors of opportunity.
Awesome. Yay. And Zahara, last but definitely not least, the mic is yours.
Thank you. So my chapter is on when purpose and intention align. And I really am excited to share the journey of this entrepreneurial experience, because as I believe it was Dr. Rhonda Boyd that talked about purpose, like you can get paid for things that you are passionate about, and being mindful also that we also have to be intentional with what we do and the steps we take along this journey, because there can be frustrations, you can feel isolated and alone. And there is power in community, which is also why I'm excited about this collaborative book, because you can learn so much from other people and not feeling like you have to do things alone. And so, learning from the lessons that you've had, the pitfalls, but then also being intentional with next steps and staying the course is so essential to growth and sustainability. Okay.
We can't hear you.
There we go. Thank y'all. Ladies, I was going to say it has been incredible. Thank you so much for being here for this incredible panel discussion. We will make sure that every one of the registrants also gets the contact information of all of our speakers, but you want to make sure for those who are going to be speaking on tomorrow for our workshops, please don't miss their workshops. They're going to be amazing. Well, guys, we're about to get ready to do have some fun. We're going to go into a networking break. But first, let me shout out some of y'all in the chat space, okay? Let's shout out some of y'all, and then we're going to do this giveaway after we come back from the networking. Shout out to Kowano, Lord Chu, Harvetta, Manetta, Patricia, Trevetta, Tasha, Destiny, Angela, Raina. Shout out to everybody out here. We got more. Tiffany, Rhonda. Okay, hold on. Maybe I should just hover over who's in the group. Who's here? Okay, yeah, that take a little long time. Brenda, Lady Brenda, she's going to be speaking on today. Clarina, let's see, who else do we have in here? Nishika, I see you, Nishika. Sharon Baker Boykin, Cynthia Beckles. Hello, Kay Noel. We've got so many people that are chiming in. If you are watching on social media, guys, you want to plug in, because we're about to do a giveaway, okay? And we're giving away a flat screen TV. We also have some giveaways that some of our speakers have donated as well, gift cards, all types of stuff. So in the chat, you guys are saying this is awesome. Hello, BPC family. Yes, BPC is in the house. All right, let's see. Congratulations, lady, on the book. Can't see the name of the book. The name of the book is called The Whole Entrepreneur. So what you want to do, Harvetta, who invited you here? Who invited you here? If you did not get a copy of The Whole Entrepreneur, first of all, we already done sold over 400 copies, okay? Over 400 copies. Today is the official launch of it. So if you want to get a copy of The Whole Entrepreneur, all you simply need to do is reach out to one of our speakers. Now, you might be saying, well, I don't know nobody. You invited me, Taria. Well, some of our speakers are in the chat. So you can see them in the chat typing, right? All you got to do is hover over their name, and then you can send them a message right here in the software. You click on their profile picture, and then just send them a message and say, I want to buy the book from you. Okay. So you'll see our speakers in the chat. So if you want to buy a book from them, just simply message them and let them know. Okay. So now we're about to do networking, and we want everybody to participate. Okay. This is going to increase your points. So I'm going to open up the networking rooms, and this is what you do. It is so easy to do. Okay, guys, it's so easy. I'm going to start the session and it's called Networking Break. Okay, Networking Break. So what we're going to do is you want to go up to where you see schedule. Does everybody see schedule? Hopefully you see schedule at the top. If not, you can also exit out of here. I believe you can just click on the little, oh no, I think you got to click on. Yeah. If you hover over the video, there'll be an arrow that will allow you to exit out and then you can see the schedule again. You're going to want to click on networking. Okay. Now, when you click on networking, it's going to take you to one-on-one networking. You're only going to have enough time to meet with maybe 1 or 2 people, okay? In this, the first thing I want you to do is just simply introduce yourself. My name is Taria Avant. I help speakers, coaches, and network marketers leverage their books to make over $10,000 a month, working 2 to 4 hours a day. Then, I want you to add something interesting. And I want you to tell that other person what it is that you like to do for fun. So give me one thing that you enjoy doing when you are not on the hustle bustle, okay? Whether it's the hustle bustle of your business, the hustle bustle of your career, or even the hustle bustle of your household. What is something that you like to do just for you? So for example, one of the things that I love to do that I have not done in about 2 months or so is I like to go to the spas. You know, and I don't know if we would call it the Asian spas, but you know, the Asian spas where they got the hot tubs, they got the different sauna rooms and stuff. Oh, baby, whenever I need to take a pause, to take a beat, I love going to hang out all day at the Asian spa. It is so relaxing. So we're going to go ahead and go into this. I'm going to pause this section so you're not going to see anything on the screen. Okay. So when people are like, where's everybody at? Everybody went to go network. So if you are on a computer, that's where you're going to be able to go network. I'm not sure if you could do it from the phone. If you can't do it from the phone, don't worry. We'll just be playing some commercials for about 10 minutes or so. So we'll be back. It's 3 minutes after the hour. So we're going to go for 10 full. Well, it might be 7 minutes, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah. So we're going to go for about 7 minutes. So try to see if you can meet up to 2 people. Okay. So let's go ahead and get into the networking. There go my computer doing this weird confetti. I don't know what that is. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and go to networking. If y'all can hear me, my face might be frozen, but that's okay. So let's go to networking. We're going to pause this section and I'll see you guys over there. All right, y'all. Be back. So let's go ahead and get into the networking. There go my computer doing this weird confetti. I don't know what that is. Yeah, so we're going to go ahead and go to networking. If y'all can hear me, my face might be frozen, but that's okay. So let's go to networking. We're going to pause this section and I'll see you guys over there. All right, y'all. Be back. So let's go ahead and get into the networking. There go my computer doing this weird confetti. I don't know. Ladies and gentlemen, Taria Vision Avant. I am looking for 12 men and women who can join us on this collaboration book, Down But Not Out. Listen, we already have 5 people who have joined us, as you can see, but we are looking for more. If you want to be able to share your story of overcoming a setback, whether it be through relationships, business, career, mental, physical wellness, anything that you would like to share, not only would this journey be a personal healing journey for you, but this self-help book will also help thousands. We're looking for you to join us. If you're interested, please go to downbutnotoutbook.com. Again, downbutnotoutbook.com. If you want to join us for the live presentation that we have coming up in a few days, go to downbutnotoutbook.com. Downbutnotoutbook.com. See you there.
Hi there, passionate professionals from all walks of life. Teachers, doctors, engineers, artists, entrepreneurs, and those with a story worth telling to share. Are you ready to transform your career into a profitable children's book? I'm Tiffany Teachy, owner, publishing consultant at Inspired.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dr. Rashida Jackson. I am the co-founder and chief operating officer of Be Free University. Our mission is to set 1 million families free financially. We make wealth obtainable worldwide through programs, courses, and tools that make passive income easily. And today I am giving away a 7-book library on real estate and a his and hers journal combination. I want to wish all of you good luck.
Hi there, passionate professionals from all walks of life, teachers, doctors, engineers, artists, entrepreneurs, and those with a story worth telling to share. Are you ready to transform your career into a profitable children's book? I'm Tiffany Teachy, owner, publishing consultant at Inspired Authors Publishing, where we help aspiring children's book authors publish captivating stories that engage young readers and have a lasting legacy. We've even created the Children's Book Success Kit, a powerful toolkit designed to equip you with all the essential resources and personalized guidance needed to thrive in the world of children's book publishing. My children's books, which started out as an alphabet picture book promoting STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, diversity, and have since expanded into a multilingual educational resource, coloring books, teachers' guides, are what set me apart. This journey led me to speak at TEDx and Forbes Business Council events, gaining global recognition and inspiring children in Italy, 3 African countries. Join us today and be one of the many aspiring children's authors with the right tools and guidance to publish your books. Visit www.publishtherightbook.com and let's take your writing journey to a new heights with the free 5 tips for publishing the right book ebook and avoid common mistakes in finding success as an author. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity. See you as the next profitable children's book author.
Hey everybody, Taria Vision Avant here. Listen, we're looking for partners. If you would like to partner with us and do your own collaboration book, that means you have a little bit of influence. You can at least get 7 people to join you. That means about 50 people that are interested, right? If you can get about 7 people to join you and be a part of a collaboration book, we want to partner with you. Not only does this give you an opportunity to make some money, but you can also host a conference just like this. On top of that, it comes with a ton of training and just now releasing audiobooks and ebooks. If you are interested, what I need you to do is go to bookcollaborationpartner.com, learn more information of how it is that you can partner with us and you can be able to earn commissions, host a conference, and also change the lives. Because listen, putting together a collaboration book and putting it out there does change lives. So go ahead to bookcollaborationpartner.com. Again, bookcollaborationpartner.com. I can't wait to work with you. Bookcollaborationpartner.com. See you there. We are now back, everyone. We are back. I like that song, honey. That thing make you want to wake up, feel like you should wake up and take over the world. So let me go ahead, guys. How many of you had a chance to connect with someone? If you did, let me know in the chat. And then we're also about to do this amazing giveaway. So let me go ahead and make sure I paste everybody's name in here. That is at 150 points or more. 150 points or more, guys. You still have time because we're going to do more giveaways. But if you're not at 150 points, you definitely want to go ahead and get that done. Hold on, let me just make sure I got everybody's name because it keeps cutting off. All right, let's see. So I'm going to share, let me just share everybody the rankings. How do you get points? You get points for participating. You get points by setting up your profile. You get points for being engaged. You get points, guys. So make sure that you definitely want to make sure that you stay plugged in as much as you can because we will be doing these giveaways all day today. Well, for the remainder of the day today, we're going to be finishing that. It's not going to be all day, but we're also going to be doing giveaways at our workshop tomorrow. So you want to make sure that you're plugged in. Get those points all the way up, okay? Now, I'm going to go ahead and spin for the win, but let me know in the chat, who did you guys get a chance to meet in the networking session? Who did you get a chance to meet in the networking session? Let's see. Dr. Christie says, really enjoyed networking with Kawano. She's doing awesome work as a confidence coach. Everyone, please check her out. Amen. Yes, Coco is doing an amazing job in that space. Love, love, love. Who else did you guys meet? And so let me go ahead and we're going to pick our very first name, and then we're going to go ahead and do the very first giveaway. Now, we are going to be giving away a flat screen TV as well, guys, but that's not going to be the very first giveaway, okay? We're going to add that flat screen into this list as we get more and closer. So we're going to start off with the first thing. Hold on, let me see. 1 second. Oh, you know what? Tiffany and Rashida. Yep. Y'all gotta let me know what y'all giving away because I didn't see it. I didn't add it on the form. So let me know what it is that you guys are giving away so I can add it to these amazing giveaways. All right, y'all, let's get into it. Let's spin for the first person. I'm gonna pull up a different screen so we can pull this thing up. Boom. And I'm going to share my screen. Again, this is for everybody who is registered, participating, and you have at least 150 points, okay? 150 points. Hold on. Torica? Dr. Rhonda, I saw Tori. I thought I saw Taria. I said Torica. Is that her name, Torica Williams? Okay, girl. Or is that how you say it, Teresa? Or is it Teresa? I don't know, Chad. Okay, let me go ahead and share the screen so we can pull up for who is going to win. 1 second. You know what, though? I don't know if y'all will be able to hear the audio, so let me do it like this. I'm going to do it like, how am I going to do it? I'm going to do it like this. 1 sec, y'all. Who did you guys get a chance to meet? Go ahead and put that in the chat while I fix this. All right, there we go. We're going to do it like that because I want to make sure that we can hear the audio. Y'all, listen, I like to hear the audio. I want y'all to hear the audio too because it's funny. Okay, so let's go ahead and get into it. We're going to spin for the name of our very first winner. Okay, $25 gift card. Thank you, thank you. All right, let's go. Hey, 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 who gonna get the win? Ba ba da ba, ba ba da ba. All right, now I know I'm gonna try to say this right. Mayudeen Alaharazim. Now that sounds like like a song. Mayudeen. So is Mayudeen here? Is Mayudeen here? I know I messed. Oh Lord, I know I probably butchered it. I do apologize. Are you here, darling? Let us know in the chat space if you are here. And now what I'm going to do is go ahead and spin for your win. And so if you are here, Mayudeen. Oh, you connected with Mayudeen. Ah, yes. Okay, so let's go ahead and put these giveaways in here, y'all, and see what it is that they have won. Congratulations. Congratulations. Okay, so I'm gonna put $25 gift card from Tiffany, and if Rashida is here, let me know. Okay, y'all, so y'all ready? Let's get to the spin. Hold on, I feel like I want to change the song. Let's get another song. Let's see funk. Let's do some Like We Do It. I don't know what that's gonna sound like, Chad, but let's go ahead and see. All right, let's see what it is. They have, hold on, let me shuffle it up. Shuffle. Let's go! Boop boop. Oh, I don't think y'all can hear it. Hey. Dang, this song jamming too. Earpods! I think I forgot to turn on the music. Y'all didn't get to hear nothing. I don't think in that way I thought y'all was listening, y'all. I don't think it included no. They had no audio. Okay, so y'all just saw me dancing looking crazy. But that's okay. Well, congratulations to Mayudeen. You have won some earpods, honey. You see, I'm using the earpods right now because I have to broadcast with them. So congratulations! Yes! We love doing giveaways at our conferences, guys. We're going to be giving away flat screen. Well, somebody going to get an opportunity to possibly win a flat screen, as we're going to add that in as well. I know y'all ain't hear no music, child. That's okay. I'll make sure I turn it on for the next one because it was funkin'. Okay? The funk was loose. All right, y'all. Well, guess what? It's now time to bring on, we're kind of a little bit behind schedule, but we'll catch up, so don't worry about it. But now it's time, guys, to bring on our next speaker. And so I'm excited about our next group of speakers. We have 3 speakers that we're going to be bringing up, y'all. So grab your pens and papers. Type when y'all get, so this is what you do. You ever go to a physical conference and one of the speakers be on the stage and they say something, you be like, ooh, snatched. Right? Like I'm about to snatch that. Like whatever they said, that was snatched it. That was good. Right? And so when somebody says something that's a snatchable moment, I want you to type it in the chat. When somebody says something that is a snatchable, type it in the chat. All right, y'all. So let's go ahead and bring on our very first speaker for this second session. Let's get into it.
The great Frederick Douglass penned the quote, "Without struggle, there's no progress." Now, to put this into context, as it pertains to the whole entrepreneur in general, and specifically navigating through pain to purpose, there's nothing that we can do without a struggle. Everything comes with a struggle. Everything comes with a price. And that is by design. God created things that we go through, or gave us obstacles, if you will, or steps that we needed to go through in order to get to. So we have to go through to get through. And we have to get through to get to. In business, there are going to be some hard times. We're going to have some high highs and some low lows. But through it all, we have to know how to press our way through. As I sat and I delved into deciding on how I would articulate my experiences as an entrepreneur. And when you look at the whole entrepreneur, you're not just looking at one aspect. You're looking holistically. Holistically means, what are you going through mentally? What are you going through physically? What are you going through emotionally? Now, I started my business in 2021, but God gave it to me in 2010, and I ran for 11 years. Some of you out there may have ran, or you may still be running from something that you know you're supposed to do out of fear. And what does fear oftentimes do? Fear, doubt, and shame, they're all coupled together, and they are able to silence you. And when you're silenced, you're stuck. Where did you get stuck? Did you get stuck in the blame game? Did you get stuck in the fear of the unknown? Well, today I want to discuss 3 strategies that will help you unpack where you got stuck, that will help you determine where you are, work through it, and then open the door for you to get to your next. Navigating through pain to purpose. How can I navigate through the hard times, the tough times, the gut-wrenching times to get through to where God wants me to be in business, in my finances, in my life? I call it the RTT. And that acronym stands for reclaiming your power, taking back your voice, and telling your story. How do we do that? I'm glad you asked. Step 1, reclaim your power. How can I reclaim that which I don't have? Sometimes we have what we need right in front of us and we miss it. Reclaiming your power. What's in your hand? How do I reclaim my power? I reclaim my power by going back to the basics. I reclaim my power by looking back over my life and checking to see, where did I find myself the most powerless for the first time? And you can think about that for yourself. Where did you find yourself at your most powerless point for the first time? Because for most of us, it has come around more than once. Now, there's some who've only dealt with that one time. And then there's a very, very small few who have never dealt with that. And great for you. I know without a shadow of a doubt that going through the process of brainstorming and figuring out, how did I become powerless in this? How do I have something so great down on the inside of me that I know will help to impact an audience that God has deemed as mine? But I'm powerless right now. How do I reclaim that power? A part of reclaiming that power is acknowledging that you don't have that power anymore, that you lost that power, that you were silenced in some way, shape, or form. How do I reclaim the power while I'm in my silence? Well, we got to go back to what it is that silenced you in the first place. What silenced you? Was it disappointment? Was it abuse? Was it divorce? Was it the loss of a loved one? Only you know what that is. And when you can figure out what exactly it was that silenced you in the first place, which rendered you powerless, then you can start peeling back the layers to taking back what once was yours, okay? So we're going to reclaim our power today. We're going to reclaim our power, and we're going to stand in the fact that we were created specifically for a purpose. And the purpose that I was created for may be different than the purpose that you were created for, but we were all created for a purpose. Now, there's a process to get there. And so as I'm reclaiming my power, I'm putting off fear and I'm putting on confidence. I'm putting off doubt. I'm putting off anything negative, all the negative talk that we say to ourselves and all the things that other people say about us that we come into agreement with. Because they can say these things about you, but you don't have to come into agreement with it. But when you come into agreement with it, then you start to believe those things. It's not about what Sally or Joe says about you. What do you know about you? We got to reclaim that power. Reclaim your power by going back to understanding who you are and why you were created. Were you created to be a speaker? Were you created to be a teacher? Were you created to be a coach, an author, a doctor, a lawyer? What were you created to be? I'm reclaiming my power because there lies my passion and my purpose. And when passion and purpose collide, the power is combustible. So we're going to reclaim our power. Now to step 2. We're going to take back our voice. How do you take back something that you have not utilized in such a long time? How did you lose your voice in the first place? Did you lose your voice because of your position in your family? Were you the youngest in the family? You see so many times people that are in big families and they're the youngest. The older siblings and the older family members have a tendency of stepping up and speaking up for you as a way to look out for you. They don't mean any harm. But in the process, you lost your voice. You know, you lose your footing. So as they're taking up for you and they're defending you and they're protecting you in love, they're also hindering you because they've taken your voice away. You got to take back your voice. Take back what's yours. One way that you can take back your voice is look in the mirror and start affirming things over your life. I am somebody. I am successful. I will be, if you want to be a millionaire. If you want to be a thousandaire. If you want to be a billionaire, I will be a billionaire. If you want to be a doctor, I will be a doctor. If you want to be a mother, I will be a mother. If you want to be a father, I will be a father. You have to start affirming these things and using your voice to do it. How do I use my voice if I'm silenced? How can I get that back? How do I get that voice back that I was born with? Because we were born with a voice. And it's not just the sound that's coming out of my mouth. Your voice is your power. Your voice is your representation. You got to take back your voice so you can utilize it to have impact. I can't have an impact if I don't use my voice, because if my voice is stripped from me, I'm not going to speak. I'm not going to write, and I won't be able to help anyone. The object is to utilize your voice to make a difference in the world. So again, we are on step 2, and we're going to take back our voice so that we can use our voice in powerful ways to impact our audience and in turn, impacting the world. Because one person that's a part of my audience might speak to a whole totally different audience. And that impact, that seed that I planted, will go on to be watered. So if I plant a seed to Sally, and she takes that seed and she waters it with Joe, you see how it's a domino effect? That's the power right there. So we're going to take back our voice, and we're going to learn to use our voice so that our voice can make a difference, so that our voice can leave a lasting impact, so that our voice can help somebody. You're going to take back your voice. How do I take back my voice? I'm going back to, what's my voice meant for? Why did God create me and give me this unique voice that he gave me? What is my voice? Is your voice to help those who were abused? Is your voice to help those who are in grief? Is your voice to help those who need legal help? Once you know what your voice was created to do, and you understand the importance of your voice, then you can go back to, okay, now I need to take my voice back so that I can implement some things and I can utilize my voice to make impact and a difference. Take back your voice. Step 3 is to tell your story. Tell your story. I need step 1 and step 2 in order to be able to complete step 3. There's a process to this. Is your story supposed to help people become whatever it is they're supposed to become? Do I use my story to help those that are in grief get over their grief? Whether it's on a stage, in the pages, wherever you are, in the sick room, if you're a nurse or a doctor in the medical field, if you're a firefighter, whatever it is that you desire to be and whatever it is that you were called to be, your story is valuable, and it's oh so important. When you share your story, you really are helping people. A lot of times we are ashamed to tell our story. We don't want to tell our story because we think people are going to judge us. People are going to judge you whether you tell your story or not. But when you are able to stand flat foot in your stuff and understand that you didn't go through what you went through for yourself, because that's not what happens. We don't go through for ourselves, right? We go through to get through. But then we go through what we go through to help someone else get through to the other side. Tell your story. A lot of times, the great Frederick Douglass penned the quote, "Without struggle, there's no progress." Now, to put this into context, as it pertains to the whole entrepreneur in general, and specifically navigating through pain to purpose, there's nothing that we can do without a struggle. Everything comes with a struggle. Everything comes with a price. And that is by design. God created things that we go through, or gave us obstacles, if you will, or steps that we needed to go through in order to get to. So we have to go through to get through. And we have to get through to get to. In business, there are going to be some hard times. We're going to have some high highs and some low lows. But through it all, we have to know how to press our way through. As I sat and I delved into deciding on how I would articulate my experiences as an entrepreneur. And when you look at the whole entrepreneur, you're not just looking at one aspect. You're looking holistically. Holistically means, what are you going through mentally? What are you going through physically? What are you going through emotionally? Now, I started my business in 2021, but God gave it to me in 2010, and I ran for 11 years. Some of you out there may have ran, or you may still be running from something that you know you're supposed to do out of fear. And what does fear oftentimes do? Fear, doubt, and shame, they're all coupled together, and they are able to silence you. And when you're silenced, you're stuck. Where did you get stuck? Did you get stuck in the blame game? Did you get stuck in the fear of the unknown? Well, today I want to discuss 3 strategies that will help you unpack where you got stuck, that will help you determine where you are, work through it, and then open the door for you to get to your next. Navigating through pain to purpose. How can I navigate through the hard times, the tough times, the gut-wrenching times to get through to where God wants me to be in business, in my finances, in my life? I call it the RTT. And that acronym stands for reclaiming your power, taking back your voice, and telling your story. How do we do that? I'm glad you asked. Step 1, reclaim your power. How can I reclaim that which I don't have? Sometimes we have what we need right in front of us and we miss it. Reclaiming your power. What's in your hand? How do I reclaim my power? I reclaim my power by going back to the basics. I reclaim my power by looking back over my life and checking to see, where did I find myself the most powerless for the first time? And you can think about that for yourself. Where did you find yourself at your most powerless point for the first time? Because for most of us, it has come around more than once. Now, there's some who've only dealt with that one time. And then there's a very, very small few who have never dealt with that. And great for you. I know without a shadow of a doubt that going through the process of brainstorming and figuring out, how did I become powerless in this? How do I have something so great down on the inside of me that I know will help to impact an audience that God has deemed as mine? But I'm powerless right now. How do I reclaim that power? A part of reclaiming that power is acknowledging that you don't have that power anymore, that you lost that power, that you were silenced in some way, shape, or form. How do I reclaim the power while I'm in my silence? Well, we got to go back to what it is that silenced you in the first place. What silenced you? Was it disappointment? Was it abuse? Was it divorce? Was it the loss of a loved one? Only you know what that is. And when you can figure out what exactly it was that silenced you in the first place, which rendered you powerless, then you can start peeling back the layers to taking back what once was yours, okay? So we're going to reclaim our power today. We're going to reclaim our power, and we're going to stand in the fact that we were created specifically for a purpose. And the purpose that I was created for may be different than the purpose that you were created for, but we were all created for a purpose. Now, there's a process to get there. And so as I'm reclaiming my power, I'm putting off fear and I'm putting on confidence. I'm putting off doubt. I'm putting off anything negative, all the negative talk that we say to ourselves and all the things that other people say about us that we come into agreement with. Because they can say these things about you, but you don't have to come into agreement with it. But when you come into agreement with it, then you start to believe those things. It's not about what Sally or Joe says about you. What do you know about you? We got to reclaim that power. Reclaim your power by going back to understanding who you are and why you were created. Were you created to be a speaker? Were you created to be a teacher? Were you created to be a coach, an author, a doctor, a lawyer? What were you created to be? I'm reclaiming my power because there lies my passion and my purpose. And when passion and purpose collide, the power is combustible. So we're going to reclaim our power. Now to step 2. We're going to take back our voice. How do you take back something that you have not utilized in such a long time? How did you lose your voice in the first place? Did you lose your voice because of your position in your family? Were you the youngest in the family? You see so many times people that are in big families and they're the youngest. The older siblings and the older family members have a tendency of stepping up and speaking up for you as a way to look out for you. They don't mean any harm. But in the process, you lost your voice. You know, you lose your footing. So as they're taking up for you and they're defending you and they're protecting you in love, they're also hindering you because they've taken your voice away. You got to take back your voice. Take back what's yours. One way that you can take back your voice is look in the mirror and start affirming things over your life. I am somebody. I am successful. I will be, if you want to be a millionaire, a millionaire. If you want to be a thousandaire. If you want to be a billionaire, I will be a billionaire. If you want to be a doctor, I will be a doctor. If you want to be a mother, I will be a mother. If you want to be a father, I will be a father. You have to start affirming these things and using your voice to do it. How do I use my voice if I'm silenced? How can I get that back? How do I get that voice back that I was born with? Because we were born with a voice. And it's not just the sound that's coming out of my mouth. Your voice is your power. Your voice is your representation. You got to take back your voice so you can utilize it to have impact. I can't have an impact if I don't use my voice, because if my voice is stripped from me, I'm not going to speak. I'm not going to write, and I won't be able to help anyone. The object is to utilize your voice to make a difference in the world. So again, we are on step 2, and we're going to take back our voice so that we can use our voice in powerful ways to impact our audience and in turn, impacting the world. Because one person that's a part of my audience might speak to a whole totally different audience. And that impact, that seed that I planted, will go on to be watered. So if I plant a seed to Sally and she takes that seed and she waters it with Joe, you see how it's a domino effect? That's the power right there. So we're going to take back our voice and we're going to learn to use our voice so that our voice can make a difference, so that our voice can leave a lasting impact, so that our voice can help somebody. You're going to take back your voice. How do I take back my voice? I'm going back to, what's my voice meant for? Why did God create me and give me this unique voice that he gave me? What is my voice? Is your voice to help those who were abused? Is your voice to help those who are in grief? Is your voice to help those who need legal help? Once you know what your voice was created to do, and you understand the importance of your voice, then you can go back to, okay, Now I need to take my voice back so that I can implement some things and I can utilize my voice to make impact and a difference. Take back your voice. Step 3 is to tell your story. Tell your story. I need step 1 and step 2 in order to be able to complete step 3. There's a process to this. Is your story supposed to help people become whatever it is they're supposed to become? Do I use my story to help those that are in grief get over their grief? Whether it's on a stage, in the pages, wherever you are, in the sick room, if you're a nurse or a doctor in the medical field, if you're a firefighter, whatever it is that you desire to be and whatever it is that you were called to be, your story is valuable and it's oh so important. When you share your story, you really are helping people. A lot of times we are ashamed to tell our story. We don't want to tell our story because we think people are going to judge us. People are going to judge you whether you tell your story or not. But when you are able to stand flat foot in your stuff and understand that you didn't go through what you went through for yourself, because that's not what happens. We don't go through for ourselves, right? We go through to get through. But then we go through what we go through to help someone else get through to the other side. Tell your story. A lot of times we won't tell our story because we don't think it's significant. Tell your story. We won't tell our story because we feel like the next person's story is more relevant or it's more important or they've been through more. Tell your story. Why? Because your audience is waiting for you to tell your story. Your audience is waiting to hear from you. It's your story that could be the difference between someone committing suicide and choosing otherwise. Telling your story will heal you to be a better entrepreneur. That's what this is about. We want to be better businessmen and women. We want to be better people. We want to be better for our family. We want to be better for ourselves. We want to be better for our environment and for our communities. If you want to make impact, you have to first ensure that you actually share your story, because it's through your story that people will relate to you. Tell your story. So we've gone over 3 things: reclaiming your power, taking back your voice, and telling your story. You got to reclaim your power. You got to know what's yours and you got to own it. Take back your voice so that you can talk to people and make a difference, and tell your story so that you can have impact. Because not only will your story help to heal you and make you a better person and a better business person, but somebody's life might depend on it. RTT. Reclaim your power, take back your voice, and tell your story. Now, for those of you that are looking to share your story, if you are looking to write that book about your story, or if you're looking to write a book related to your business, my name is Heather Robinson, and I position people to identify their pain points so that they can begin the healing process by sharing their story through a book, on the stage, and through educating. I want to offer you something today. I want to offer a gift from myself to you today. If you will go to my website, that's www.anointedtowrite.com. That's anointed, the number 2write.com. And you subscribe to my website, you will get my free ebook. And in that ebook, it gives you the 5 steps to go from an aspiring writer to published author. Again, that's www.anointed2write.com. Thank you.
How many of you would love to get paid to walk away from your business? No, seriously. I mean, if you knew for a fact that you would get a check every single month, but didn't have to go to work ever again, would you be interested in making that happen? Somebody say, I would. Great. Let me ask you another question. How many of you are considering transitioning or retiring from your business within the next 5 years? Raise your hand if that's you. Great. Well, what I have to say is specifically for you, and if you stay until the end, I'll give you a special invitation just for you. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to have some fun. I have a few things to show you, and my intention is to help you as best as I can. If we have time, I'll take questions at the end. Who's ready to get started? Somebody say, I am. This is going to be action-packed. I'm going to ask a lot of questions, and in order for you to get the most out of what I'm going to show you today, you'll want to participate. Be here in the room with me. Is it okay with you if I share just a little bit of my story for those who haven't met me before? I got involved with M&A, mergers and acquisitions, in December 2020. My colleagues and I started looking for people that potentially wanted to sell their business and quickly realized that 90% of them were not properly prepared to sell their business. Most of my colleagues were throwing these leads away. They only wanted to talk to people that were prepared to sell their business immediately. I didn't think that was the right thing to do. These people needed help. That's when I decided to earn my CEPA, Certified Exit Planning Advisor designation with the Exit Planning Institute. I did this because if I planned to buy someone's business, I needed to know how to help them make that happen. And today, I want to share with you the 4 simple steps to help you walk away wealthy from your business. How many of you want to walk away wealthy? Raise your hand if that's you. First, I want to tell you a quick story, and then we'll dive into the details on the 4 steps. A friend of mine sent me a deal a little while ago, and on the surface, it looked interesting. The business is doing about $900,000 in revenue and about $500,000 in profits. The business has been around since the 1980s. There are 5 employees, which includes the 2 owners, and they are asking for a 3x multiple of profits, which puts their asking price for the business at about $1.5 million. Remember I said it's $500,000 in profits? Businesses are valued on the multiple of profits, so a 3x multiple of that 500K gives us that $1.5 million asking price. Going back to this, the business can be run remotely and has high-end clientele. On the surface, this seems like a great business. How many of you would love to own a business that spits out $500K or more in profits every year? Raise your hand or wave at me if that's you. The problem is, if you and your spouse own this business and decided to walk away, there would only be 3 employees left. Plus, when you 2 walk away, chances are the customers and employees might leave with you. If I was going to buy your business, this is a huge risk and a big red flag. Because if I give you $1.5 million for your business, and the minute you walk out the door, your employees and your customers decide they don't want me to be the new boss, then I didn't really buy a business, I bought an empty shell. These types of businesses are up for sale all over the world, but most of them won't sell because the business is totally dependent upon the owner. Without proper guidance, this business could be listed with a typical business broker for years and still not sell. I don't want that to happen to you. The owners of this business are in their 60s and want to move on, but nobody is providing them the proper guidance to make that happen. Here's the honest truth. If your business doesn't run without you, you don't have a business, you have a job, which leads me to the absolute most important part of everything we're doing here today. If you don't remember anything else I say today, remember this. The business must run without you. Repeat after me. My business must run without me. And that brings me to the very first step of the 4 simple steps to walk away wealthy from your business. Standard operating procedures. In order to make your business truly transferable, the very first thing you need to have in place is a set of written instructions that describes everything that needs to be done in a step-by-step process. For example, if you run a cleaning business, you'll have standard operating procedures for how to clean bathrooms, which will include the products and tools used. Let's say you use Clorox spray cleaner for bathtubs and Lysol for toilets, and you use a scrubbing sponge for the bathtub, but a scrubbing brush for the toilet. All that stuff has to be documented so you can get the same result regardless of which employee is doing the job. Think about McDonald's. Their systems are so well documented that teenagers can run the business and the results are the same every single time. Well, maybe not every time because the ice cream machine is always broken, but you get the point. When you have written procedures and your employees execute them flawlessly, you have a sense of predictability in the results you achieve for your customers. Plus, the person that buys your business will want to see that you have this in place because it provides them with a sense of predictability as well. If you have all the systems in your head and don't have anyone that can serve the customers the way that you can, then your business is typically not worth very much. Let's do a quick exercise here. How many of you, on a scale of 1 to 10, you can raise your hand, know for a fact that you have all your SOPs in place and can send them to me right this minute if I asked you to? 1 is you don't even have SOPs documented at all because it's all in your head. And 10 is you could tap a few buttons on your phone and send them to me right now if I asked you to. Shout out some numbers to me. Okay, we got some 3s, we got some 5s, we got some 8s. I've got a 10 over here. That's good. Here's another question. Based on whatever number you just came up with, could someone else run your business? Yes or no? Here's another question. Could you take a 2-week vacation without answering emails, text messages, or phone calls and still have a business when you get back? Yes or no? So with the questions I've just given you and the answers you've just given me, do you have a business or do you have a job? Don't worry. I've got a cheat sheet. I'm going to make this easy for you. I'm going to give you my simple SOP template. All you have to do is hand it to your employees to fill out. I'll tell you how to get your hands on that cheat sheet here at the end. Now, let's talk about the second step of the 4 simple steps to walk away wealthy from your business. Succession planning. A succession plan is identifying the person who can run the business when you are no longer there. Most business buyers don't want to run your business on a day-to-day basis. Remember how we just talked about your 2-week vacation without having to answer emails, text messages, or phone calls? The best way to make that happen is to have well-documented SOPs and have someone that is capable of running the business while you are away. This person should be someone on your team that exhibits great leadership qualities and has a full understanding of what it takes to run daily operations. How many of you have a capable leader on your team that you can trust to run things while you are away? This is the person that you should be grooming to be your general manager and natural successor when you walk away from the business. The other part of succession planning is making sure you know what your after business life looks like. If you don't have this in place, it's going to be very difficult to walk away from your business. Let me tell you about Dolores and Grace. Dolores was 62 years old and had been running her veterinary practice for 35 years. Her daughter, Grace, was 29 years old and had been working in the business since she was 17. Grace knew the business inside and out and was the natural successor. Dolores accepted an offer for a third party, meaning someone outside the business, to acquire her practice for 7 figures, but when she went to her attorney's office to sign the papers on a Thursday morning, she was sobbing uncontrollably. Her attorney thought that these were tears of joy, but instead, they were tears of sadness. Dolores suddenly realized that she didn't want to go through with the sale of her practice because she felt like she was losing a part of herself. Plus, she didn't know what to do with all that money. Dolores backed out of the deal and decided to keep her practice. That didn't sit too well with Grace because Grace was looking forward to continuing the legacy of the family business and being the primary leader of the practice. This all happened 2 weeks before the Thanksgiving holiday. Grace almost didn't attend Thanksgiving dinner because of how angry she was with Dolores. but her husband talked her into going. Normally, there was lots of laughter and sharing during Thanksgiving, but because of what happened with the business, things were a lot different. Dolores was feeling guilty, and Grace was beside herself with both anger and sadness. At the end of dinner, Grace stood up and announced that she was resigning from the veterinary practice. She removed an envelope from her purse and left it on the table as she walked away. Dolores sat quietly for a moment and then reached for the envelope. Grace had delivered her formal resignation in writing to her mother on Thanksgiving Day. This decision sent shockwaves through the family and the veterinary practice. News of Grace's departure spread fast, and a few key employees decided to hand in their resignations as well. The practice suffered tremendously, and within a few months was flirting with bankruptcy. Dolores called the people that wanted to buy the business and was hoping she could still get the same amount of money that they offered just a few months ago. Unfortunately, the business was not worth what it once was. The offer from the third party went from $3.5 million down to $925,000. Dolores accepted the offer and decided to get out while she could. Dolores and Grace didn't speak again until several years later when Dolores' health was fading. Luckily, they patched things up while Dolores was in the hospital. This scenario happens more often than it should. With just a little planning and some well-thought-out conversations, this can all be avoided. How many of you want to avoid the pain and anguish that Dolores and Grace went through? The best way to make that happen is to create a compelling vision for your retirement and start taking 1 or 2 weeks off per month to start rehearsing your retirement before you sign the papers to make it a reality. Don't be like Dolores and Grace. Talk to the right advisors. Make a plan and stick to it. Let's move on to step 3 of the 4 simple steps to walk away wealthy from your business. Business finances. On a scale of 1 to 10, how confident are you that your business finances are put together properly? If someone is going to buy your business, you must have your business finances in order. You will need profit and loss statement, balance sheet, cash flow statement, business tax returns, and business bank statements. A prospective buyer will want this information year to date and the past 3 years. Don't log into QuickBooks and pull this data yourself. Go to your CPA and have them review, or better yet, audit your financials. How many of you have a CPA that can review or audit your financials? I can't stress this enough. When you start thinking about selling your business, hire an accountant to provide audited financial statements. This allows potential investors to assess the true value of your business. If you don't have historical financial statements or are not comfortable sharing them, you are not truly ready to sell your business. Let me tell you a quick story about Mark. Mark reached out and wanted to sell his business. He sent me his financials, and when I opened them up, I quickly realized that there was no data for the past 2 years. I went back to him and asked for up-to-date information so that I can provide a reasonable estimate of what the business was worth. He admitted that he hadn't filed business tax returns in the past 2 years and was having some personal problems that caused him to pull cash out of the business. I told him that I wouldn't be able to help him without updated information. He understood that and said that he would get back to me. A few months later, I found out that he was diagnosed with cancer 3 years ago, which is why he was pulling money out of the business. Unfortunately, he had to shut down the business, fire his employees, and walk away with nothing. What's so sad about this is that Mark had an opportunity to sell his business 5 years ago, and the offer was $12 million. He decided that he wanted to keep running the business, even though he was already 61 at the time. If he had sold his business 5 years ago, he could have saved his legacy and been able to sustain the financial hit that he had to take when cancer came knocking. Here's the final step of the 4 simple steps to walk away wealthy from your business: finding the right buyer. Did you know that 89% of businesses listed for sale don't sell? That means that only 11% of businesses that are available for sale complete a successful transaction. If you go to all the trouble of putting your business up for sale, you would want to complete a successful transaction. Am I right? Before I tell you about the 4 types of business buyers, let's first talk about why so many businesses don't sell. Number 1, unrealistic expectations and valuations. Sometimes a business owner will expect to sell their business based on what they think it's worth. If you think your business is worth $10 million, but your annual profits are only $100,000, your business won't sell. Number 2, business is owner dependent. Remember when we talked about this earlier? If your business is dependent upon you, you don't have a business, you have a job. Most investors that are looking to acquire a business are not looking to run daily operations themselves. Some will, but a majority won't. Make sure you have a team in place. Number 3, bad news. Pending litigation, enormous debt, downward trends in the industry, or the financial records. If your business has a lawsuit pending, you won't sell it on favorable terms. If your business has debts that cannot be paid from existing cash flow, you won't sell it on favorable terms. If your industry is being phased out by technology that has suffered catastrophic losses for the past 3 years running, you won't sell on favorable terms. Here's the good news. If you are willing to be both flexible and realistic when it comes to selling your business, it's very likely that you will walk away wealthy. Who wants to walk away wealthy? Great. Let's take a look at the 4 types of buyers that can help you do it. Number 1, you have internal buyers, which means that your employees, managers, or family members can buy the business. By a show of hands, how many of you want to leave your business to your family, employees, or managers? Number 2, you have competitors that own a similar business to yours. They might pay more than internal buyers, but your business, as you know it, won't exist anymore. How many of you are comfortable with a competitor coming in and potentially firing your employees? Number 3, you have big firms that pay much more than everyone else. They have strict criteria, are not very flexible, and will run right over you if you let them. Are you okay with getting a really big paycheck and throwing your baby out with the bathwater? Number 4, entrepreneurs are willing to help you maintain your legacy, be a safe pair of hands, and help you get a paycheck every month for the next 10 years without you having to show up for work. How many of you want to get a check every month for the next 10 years without having to show up for work? Seems like a toss-up between family and entrepreneurs. Let's take that vote one more time. How many of you want to sell your business to family or employees? Okay. How many of you want to get a check every month for the next 10 years without having to show up for work? I have some good news for you. The people I work with are acquisition entrepreneurs and employee purchase specialists. We can help you do both. Okay, here's what I'd like to do now. How many of you enjoyed our time together today? Did you learn anything? What was your favorite part? Remember that simple SOP template I promised? You can get that by going to simplesoptemplate.com. By the way, I have something that I'd like to share with you. It might not be for everyone, but for some of you, it will be the most logical next step. I have a virtual workshop coming up soon that I'd like to invite you to. If you head over to walkawaywealthyworkshop.com, you can get registered for that, and I'll see you there. Thank you for your time. Have a great day.
When you hear the phrase self-care, what comes to mind? Affirmations, mindfulness, rest, relaxation? What if making self-care a part of your day-to-day could improve you, not only as a person, but also a leader? Hi, I'm Dr. Christy A. Haygood, founder and CEO of Elise Engineering Innovations, and today I'm taking you on a journey to show you how to do just that. On our journey to success and self-care as leaders, we'll make some pit stops along the way. First, we'll identify the steps that make us visionary leaders. Second, I'll show you ways to execute with purpose. And third, we'll discover intentional ways leaders can practice self-care daily, all leading to our final destination of success and self-care. Are you ready? Let's go. As a leader, why make self-care a daily practice? When you take care of yourself, you feel positive and energetic, are able to focus better, and help those on your team feel better too. Self-care gives you an opportunity to show others that you respect them enough to not only show up as your best self, but also will make space for them to do the same. Remember, leaders who prioritize their employees see the biggest returns with engagement, retention, and improved workplace culture. We all know the scripture, without a vision, the people perish, right? That's Proverbs 29:18. Well, the same applies to your teams. Jared Spool once quipped, "Vision is a stake in the sand with a giant flag on it, big enough for everyone on the team to see and march towards." This is how you build high-performing teams, by motivating them around a common vision. This leads us to the first stop on our journey to success and self-care, visionary leadership. One winning play from my playbook is connecting the dots from vision to execution using vision and goal alignment. This will save you time and energy by making sure that everyone knows what they're supposed to be doing and why. Think about the impact that your team's work will have on your organization and customers over the next 12 months. When you think of the people, how will their lives change? In terms of the change, what will they be able to do that they maybe cannot do now? Consider the emotion you want to elicit. Will they be happy, stress-free, or will they feel satisfied? Putting all these ingredients together, the people, the change, and the emotion, and you can develop a compelling vision. For example, the vision for my team is when we bring confidence to leaders by developing engaged, motivated, and high-performing teams. In this example, the people we serve are leaders. The emotion we want to elicit is confidence, and the change we want to make is develop engaged, motivated, and high-performing teams. Now you try. Take 2 minutes and write your own compelling vision. Once you have a compelling vision, you will be able to easily identify important goals that bring that vision to life. These goals should be measurable, i.e., that it's objectable and can be scored against your key metrics. Second, it should be meaningful. Think of your why, what your win is that you want to rally your teams behind. And last, it should be memorable, something that is impactful and motivated, not only to your teams, but to you as a leader. Now, close your eyes. Picture yourself with your business or career exactly where you've always imagined it to be. Can you feel the pride swelling inside of you? Can you see the satisfaction on your face as you bask in the knowledge that you've accomplished your vision without burning yourself out? Now open your eyes. This is what happens when you are aligned. This framework brings that vision to life and makes it a reality. The thing is, without aligning that vision with action, you'll likely end up feeling frustrated and defeated. And let's keep it 100. No one wants that. Now we move on to our next stop on our journey to success and self-care. Execute with purpose. When I first became a people leader several years ago, my HR manager at the time gave me some great advice to manage my newly jam-packed schedule better. She told me to identify my non-negotiables and schedule them. This was a game changer because it had never occurred to me to prioritize myself on my work calendar amongst all of the other meetings and responsibilities and action items that I had. My non-negotiable at that time was to block 12 to 1 p.m. out on my calendar every day so that I could eat lunch. Now, you may be thinking, that's not that important. But when you have back-to-back meetings that start really early and go really late, it's easy to forget to eat. Setting this boundary not only ensured that I took a break, but it also provided me with some quiet time to think, reflect, and strategize without interruption. I later realized that this tip was my first step to incorporating mindful management into my daily routine. When we pay attention on purpose, with care and compassion to our needs and the needs of those we lead, we are practicing mindfulness. Mindful management helps leaders be more collaborative, reflective, and more resilient in times of uncertainty. 3 ways you can accomplish this are: 1, active listening. It is key to understanding and responding to your team's needs. It conveys that what is being said is important and that the person is important enough to be listened to. Number 2, foster healthy team dynamics by practicing gratitude, recognition, and flexibility. Saying thank you to your team as well as your peers goes a long way. Acknowledging when things go well and not just when they go wrong also goes a long way. Being open to change and feedback will increase you and your team's productivity as well as build trust. Number 3, boundaries. Get you some. Be mindful of your energy levels, your commitments, and your overall well-being. Create and enforce boundaries that protect your time, your focus, as well as your self-care. Remember, engage in activities that give you a sense of purpose and fulfillment. Now, our final stop on the journey to success and self-care: be intentional about prioritizing your self-care. If you hear nothing else from me today, I want you to all write this down. It is not selfish to prioritize your well-being. A lot of leaders find it challenging to consider their wellness while managing their teams, firefighting the latest issues that arise, as well as trying to meet their metrics. However, burnout is real. Exhaustion is real. Disengaging is real. Exhibiting toxic behaviors because you're spinning out of control is also very real. Here are a few ways of being that I want you all to try implementing into your daily self-care routine. Number 1, create a self-care ritual. Having a morning and evening routine that is dedicated to your wellness will help you have a more centered and productive day. Pay attention to what helps you see and track the big picture. Number 2, regulate your emotions to keep negative feelings in check. I'll tell you a secret from my many years of being a people leader as well as being an engineering executive. Most bad leaders are miserable. Focus instead on what keeps you positive and energized, and that will make you happy. And that happiness becomes contagious in your teams as well as in your workplace. Number 3, practice empathy and give yourself grace. No one is perfect, and it goes a long way when you are not only able to relate to your team's struggles, but you actively try to address and improve them. Be vulnerable and admit when you're wrong or when you make a misstep. Number 4, self-care helps manage stress better, which can help improve your cognition. This leads to better decision-making. So take breaks throughout your day. Listen to music as you work. Limit your time with people who disrupt your peace. Anticipate and manage all feelings of anxiety. Number 5, no one should be focused on work 24/7. Self-care helps you reevaluate what really matters, because I've never seen a bank account follow a hearse at a funeral. Don't ignore the things that make you who you really are. Lean into taking time for those people, places, and things. Check in with yourself often. Start your day by asking yourself, how's my spirit today? How's my heart? Schedule important tasks and give yourself way more time than you'll think you'll need. Spend less time on unimportant tasks or delegate them to free up your time. And finally, be the change you want to see. Demonstrate the behavior you want your teams to model. When they see you prioritizing your well-being, taking mental health days, leaving work at work, as well as diffusing chaos, they'll feel safe to do the same. Be vulnerable and share your self-care practices with them and encourage them to share theirs with you. Learn from each other and hold each other accountable to make self-care a priority. Becoming a visionary leader, executing with purpose, and intentionally practicing self-care are how you achieve success and self-care in your career and business. Now, a lot of leaders feel they're always having to drive performance, boost engagement, and meet metrics without having a roadmap on how to get there. This leads to feelings of overwhelm, burnout, as well as stress. So I ask you, what is your real challenge facing your team, your organization, or your business? Is it leadership? Is it productivity? Is it performance? Is it all three? Well, Elise Engineering Innovations is here to help. We are the premier executive leadership and productivity consultancy organization that is committed to elevating professionals to become dynamic leaders who innovate real value as well as build high-performing teams. Let us help you create synergy between your people, your processes, as well as your metrics. This is achieved using our Engineer Real Value system. In 90 days, we'll work with your people leaders and tackle your processes. My straightforward 3C approach allows you to cultivate clarity, challenge norms, and consistently execute and optimize your behaviors, strategies, as well as implementation. We serve leaders from corporations, small businesses, government agencies, nonprofits, and universities, regardless of their industry or their field. Visit www.elise-engineering.com. That is www.alise-engineering.com and book a free discovery call today. As an added bonus for attending this session, you will also receive a free Success and Self-Care Workbook via the 2023 Profits Conference link on my site. This is a supercharged activity experience with over 20 pages of strategies to help you grow in your career as well as your business. Visit www.elise-engineering.com/2023-profits-conference and enter the code PROFITS23 in all caps and complete the form to receive your free bonus gift. You can also follow me, Dr. Christy, on all social media platforms. On LinkedIn via Christy Haygood or via our business account, Elise-Engineering. On Instagram via Elise_engineering. On Facebook via Elise.engineering, as well as on YouTube. I daily share leadership, productivity, and performance techniques, upcoming courses, free materials, and you can identify where you can hear me speaking next. Thank you for your time, and I look forward to working with you to #Engineer Better Leaders. Have a blessed day.
Well, hey, y'all, we're back. Yes. This second group was just phenomenal as well. Guys, drop those snatch you moments. What is it that you learned from our speakers? Also, if you have a question that you want to ask, you can drop it in the chat. Keep in mind, our speakers are also in the chat. So one thing I will tell you, and I even love what Tiffany said before, she saw that somebody was asking a question. then guess what? You can actually message directly to the chat. Message that person directly in the chat and connect with them. Hello. You can message them directly in the chat. So if you want to ask some of our speakers any questions, please don't hesitate to do so. Make sure that you do. But y'all, I have had just such an incredible time. So what we're going to do, guys, is we're going to get ready to bring on our second panel, darling. But before we do, I want to announce something first and foremost. There goes my screen doing this weird. Anybody else got this going on their computer? I don't even know what that is. Hold on one sec, y'all. Let's go ahead and play another commercial. We'll be back.
Hi there, passionate professionals, walks of life, teachers, doctors, engineers, artists, entrepreneurs, and those with a story worth telling to share. Are you ready to transform your career into a profitable children's book? I'm Tiffany Teachy, owner, publishing consultant at Inspired Authors Publishing, where we help aspiring children's book authors publish captivating stories that engage young readers and have a lasting legacy. We've even created the Children's Book Success Kit, a powerful toolkit designed to equip you with all the essential resources and personalized guidance needed to thrive in the world of children's book publishing. My children's books, which started out as an alphabet picture book promoting STEM, science, technology, engineering, math, diversity, and have since expanded into a multilingual educational resource, coloring books, teachers' guides, are what set me apart. This journey led me to speak at TEDx and Forbes Business Council events, gaining global recognition and inspiring children in Italy and across 3 African countries. Join us today and be one of the many aspiring children's authors with the right tools and guidance to publish your books. Visit www.publishtherightbook.com and let's take your writing journey to a new heights with the free 5 tips for publishing the right book ebook and avoid common mistakes in finding success as an author. Don't miss out on this incredible opportunity. See you as the next profitable children's book author.
Hi, everybody. My name is Dr. Rashida Jackson. I am the co-founder and chief operating officer of Be Free University. Our mission is to set 1 million families free financially. We make wealth obtainable worldwide through programs, courses, and tools that make passive income easily. And today I am giving away a 7-book library on real estate and a his and hers journal combination. I want to wish all of you good luck.
Then okay, y'all, so we're back. I don't know what that is, why my camera keep doing that. It'll just be like these confetti and balloons and stuff, but that's technology. And this is also why we made sure we set up this conference this way. Shout out, by the way, we had some people, we had a young lady that was chiming in from South Africa. So shout out to South Africa. What other countries outside of the United States? I see Laquivia. I hope I said Laquivia. Listen, I'm trying. She says she's watching the conference from the AirMeet app. By the way, yes, you can download the app onto your phone, which will allow you to have more abilities and capabilities if you want to watch from your cell phone and on the go. So shout out to you guys. And shout out to everybody in the chat. I see it. Let's see, Destiny, Lord Shu. I see you, Coco. Christelle says, I'm booking. Are you or have you? I know that's right. Book your session, honey. Okay, let's see, Rhonda, see you guys in the chat. So thank you guys for being engaged in the chat. And now we are about to bring on our panel. So let's go ahead and introduce our incredible panel that we have on the line. We have on here Alan Terrell, Dr. Christy Haygood, Alan Terrell Gregory, excuse me, Dr. Christy Haygood, and Bruce Hill. Let's give it up. Alrighty, everybody, so listen, so welcome to the panel, guys. Welcome. As you guys know, I want you guys to introduce yourself. These are also some of our workshop speakers on tomorrow. So for those who are joining us tomorrow, I know y'all want to plug into these workshops. Trust me, you don't want to miss them. So I'm going to go ahead and start off with the order. Let's see here. Let's go ahead and have first to introduce themselves, Alan Terrell Gregory. So go ahead and introduce yourself. Let us know who you are and what you do.
Hi there, my
Uh-oh.
name is Alan Terrell Gregory, and I help business owners get paid to walk away from their business.
Give it to us one more time. I'm sorry, because I had messed up.
Hi there, my name is Alan Terrell Gregory, and I help people get paid to walk away from their business.
Hello. I can't wait to ask my question on that. Okay, and then we're going to have Dr. Christy Haygood. The mic is yours.
Hello, everyone. I'm Dr. Christy Haygood, and I am your executive leadership and productivity consultant extraordinaire. I help professionals become dynamic leaders who innovate real value as well as build high-performing teams. And the best part is I do it in 90 days.
Come on, 90 days. Yes. First of all, I love when somebody gives me a time frame of when I can expect to get some results. Okay, that's a little tip to all of my coaches out there, all of my coaches. And last but definitely not least, Bruce Hill, the mic is yours.
Thank you for the opportunity to serve. Hey y'all, my name is Bruce Hill of New Skills, New You. I help speakers, coaches, and agency owners turn conversations into clients. And we help them hear yes more often without sounding salesy.
Listen, that's one thing we don't want to do today more than ever. People dealing with all type of hurt. You know what I'm talking about? So we want to learn how can we be effective with selling more without sounding like we're trying to sell more. Amen. Okay, well, Alan, listen, great talk as well. I definitely, let me see. So when I'm trying to see what the heck I done typed up. I mean, selling your business. Oh, so selling your business. So we talked about selling your business, right? And you shared the story about the guy, was it $15 million or something? Listen, I don't know if I could turn down $15 million. I say, listen, you can have this business, I'll build up another one. But what do you say to the people? Because I think that's some of the biggest challenges, especially amongst our community. We done built up a business that has done so well, and now we get an opportunity to sell it. But many times people are like, I don't want to sell my baby. So what do you say to the person who feels like I have this personal attachment to this thing and I cannot let it go?
About weaponry, if you don't want to let go or you don't allow yourself to let go, then chances are you're going to be forced to let go. And it's hard to tell people that, especially when they've been building this business for 20, 30, 40 years, and they don't want to let go of their baby, so to speak. But if you don't let it go, chances are something's going to happen to you, unfortunately or fortunately. Anything could happen. You know, you could have a baby at a late stage in life and decide that, hey, I don't want to run this business anymore. But if you don't have someone that's going to be able to run it for you, then technically when you walk away, the business dies with you. So I try to handle it very delicately, because it requires more than one conversation. It's not like I ask one question and, you know, we can just move from there. It usually takes some time.
That's really good. You know, I mean, I think about it myself too, but if somebody told me 15 million, I promise you, I'm starting another company, okay? But you're right, and it's definitely something that is extremely delicate, especially when you have, you know, your hard sweat, tears, all of that stuff. And so thank you for that. Christy, this is funny because if you notice, so you talk about selling it, but then Christy's going to get the company up, lead it up to where we can have some good foundational work to the point of selling it. And you talked about having high performing team members. I know some people also like to call them A players, right? So when you are building up your team, for those of us who have been out here being the one-man bandstand, and it's time to start expanding to get high team or high performing players, where do people go to get those people? Like, how do we get a high performing? Because yes, they've got these outsourcing sites, but a lot of times I don't know if anybody else can relate, but I've hired people, and I got some really good ones that are with me, but I've also hired some people where when they first get on, baby, they excited. But then because they don't really have a passion for what I'm doing or even a connection, they start falling off the wayside. So how do we find some high performing players? Please, G.
Well, first, an excellent question and a great lead in, which you didn't even know, to my workshop tomorrow on being a small business CEO. But first thing you have to do as a leader first, before you even go and put out a job rec, is be strategic in your hiring. And you do that by asking yourself some key questions, not just regarding the role you're trying to fill, but the overall vision you have for your company. Because as small business owners, we all know that we're often, especially in the beginning, we're bootstrapping our business, or we're working still at a corporate gig while we're doing our business on the side, trying to build and grow it. And all that means is that money is tight. So we really don't have the time nor the luxury to make a bad hire. So in doing strategic hiring, before you put a job rec out, be very clear about what exactly your business needs, and then try to identify people who can think strategically and fill that role, because normally they're going to do more than one job, and you need people, even if all they're doing is wrapping and packaging your t-shirts, you need people who are able to think strategically and look at your packaging and say, you know what, we could probably save $1 or $2 if we didn't use as much wrapping, or if we change the package that we're sending out, we probably could save money and time and get orders out sooner. That's what you need to look for. And where you go to look for them, first, leverage your networks. We all have networks, whether you have a network of 5 or a network of 5 million. Utilizing your social media, particularly LinkedIn, you can definitely find some good talent. But also, as you're finding that talent, in your interview, ask them questions, strategic questions. And to get more detail about that, I invite you all to my session tomorrow, and we're going to dive all into it about strategic hiring, onboarding, and motivating.
Ooh, honey, listen. So y'all, if you tired of being the bottleneck, is that what we call it? The bottleneck, right? Of your business, and you want to make sure that you hire right, okay? Hire right. You definitely want to make sure that you go to that workshop. Okay, well, Bruce, now we're going to lead it to you. And I know we didn't get a chance to see your Power Talk, but I know that you're going to be doing a workshop tomorrow that is just going to be phenomenal. So what you do is, I know you show individuals how to sell without being salesy. Bruce, you know this because you've been working with us now in Book Profits Club. He's one of our BPC coaches. You know, that's probably one of the biggest challenges that we have with our BPC members, is to get them to do these sales, right? Sales calls, sales presentations, and sales whatever. When you do have a person who is fearful of doing selling, how do you first start working with them? And what also do you feel is the best technique for selling these days? Because I know you have different principles that you live by. So when you want to get someone to invest into your product and service, what do you feel is the best technique? So number one, how do we get those people over that threshold of being afraid? And then what is the best technique for selling?
I love how strategic you are in this panel. We talk about building the business, talk about selling the business. And in between there, I help come in and grow the business, because you have to create revenue to grow your business. A lot of people are afraid of sales, though, that say things like, well, we just use word of mouth. And that's like waiting for it to rain until you take a shower. And they're afraid to ask for the business, whether they're afraid of rejection or maybe they've had a bad experience in the past. So the number one sales technique I can teach any and every one of you listening right now is learn how to listen. If you can listen, you can sell. And we're going to talk about this in the workshop tomorrow. We talk about turning conversations into clients in just 5 steps. If you can listen, you can sell. And a lot of people look at sales as telling. They look at sales as taking, or they even look at sales as manipulating. And those are all wrong. Those are all negative approach that aren't going to let you build a sustainable business. When you approach sales as a service, if you're selling Advil, I like to say, find people with headaches, and you'll find those conversations are much, much easier.
Good. That was good. That was good. Y'all, listening. People will always tell you, I believe, what you can use that is going to be the reason why they want to get started. I always tell people, when somebody gives you an excuse why they don't buy your product or your service, it's not because they don't want it. It's because they need you to connect to them that distance of what's going to make them buy. So I love it. And I know that you guys are going to have an incredible time in this workshop. Charvita says, I am learning so very much. Yes! That's why we're here. Okay, so break down. I know you guys kind of already talked about your workshop, right? So if we were to, but all of y'all kind of said this is what we're going to do in the workshop. So I'm not going to ask necessarily that question. But what I do want to know is, let me see, because that was going to be the workshop question. What is one additional tip maybe that you did not get to share in your Power Talk for anybody that's watching, deciding what of the 2 workshops am I going to attend tomorrow? Give me one tip that you did not share that can lead people to join you. Alan, you've got the mic first.
Yeah, so the amount of money that you need in order to retire comfortably is one of those conversations that's difficult to have. But I've got a formula and I can break it down and I can show you exactly what it is and what you need in order to be able to retire comfortably. That's what's going to be in my workshop tomorrow.
Listen, and I don't know, I mean, now when you say retire, you mean like not work at all no more or just travel the world? Because I think a lot of people have a different kind of conception of what they believe retirement is. What do you mean by that?
Exactly. And it really means whatever you want it to mean. So if it means that you're going to take 3 years off from work or 3 months off from work, or you're going to, travel for the next 30 years, these are things to determine, and you just drop it into the calculator, and that's how you figure it out.
Okay, y'all. So who's ready for retirement or ready to be able to do what you want to do when you want to do it? Hello, amen, hallelujah. So y'all type retirement in the chat. Type this out. Are you in the breaking room now? Because I can't hear and see. Okay, can somebody let Phoebe know? Phoebe is saying I cannot hear or see. Let Phoebe know to refresh the screen chat because we live in action over here. Okay, Dr. Christy, one little tip. Come on, hook me up, girl.
One tip I have is it's one thing to start a business. It's another thing to build it, grow it, and scale it. And so tomorrow when we meet, we're going to talk about how to profit from your purpose, how to exercise strategic leadership to not only align your business with your overall vision, but also hire and lead your team. And finally, we're going to discuss how to create a culture of winning because everybody wants to win, right? And that's what we not only focus on being being paid, but we focus on being profitable because we want money coming in every month. So that's what we're going to zone in on tomorrow.
Ooh, hold up. So I'm booked, busy, blessed, baked, but I got to come up with a word with profitable too, because baby, it's the difference between making sales and being profitable. We need to understand that, y'all, because a sister got a lot of sales coming in, but yeah, we got a lot of money going out to the staff, which is a blessing. Praise the Lord. I thank you so much for y'all having these conversations too, because Dr. Christy, I've recently just brought on like 3 new staff members. We're constantly, kind of shifting and moving and figuring out how this foundation will grow. And it has been a process. This is probably the hardest thing I've ever had to do in business, is hire people that can be able to be just as passionate about what I do as me. You know what I'm saying? And so, y'all, for those of y'all ready for that next level, that's going to be important. Okay, so Bruce, one little tip, or because you didn't get to give your tip in the Power Talk, so give us a tip. Go ahead and break us on down.
Listen, we built this workshop on how to turn conversations as a client for the person who doesn't have a lot of sales experience, who maybe doesn't want to be that salesperson, right? That killer closer or that master manipulator. And for the introverts, shout out to all the introverts. So if confidence is a challenge for you, if speaking to people is a challenge for you, this workshop is going to be simple and actionable. You can put into practice right away. And so the tip is very simple, is asking better questions. Better questions equals better clients. And this is where the listening comes in. If you're doing all the talking, you miss the opportunity to serve. So asking better question with active listening is going to help you hear yes more often.
Amen. Come on, y'all. It's all about the questions. So final question is a 2-parter because, of course, we're celebrating the launch of the whole entrepreneur, not a half entrepreneur, but a whole entrepreneur. And, one thing about the Profits Conference, it's not just about profiting in business, career. It's also about profiting in relationships, in your family, and your romance. It's also about profiting in your wellness, whether it's mental and physical or a combination. And so that's why we call this book The Whole Entrepreneur, because it's about being whole. So the 2-part is, first of all, what are you most excited about when it comes to this collaboration book? And then number 2, how do you want people to get in touch with you? Alan, you have the mic.
So the thing that I like most about the book is the fact that I had a chance to collaborate with people that are doing something similar to me, right? And I know we all have different topics, but we're all speakers, we're all authors, we're all coaches, we're all out here trying to help people. So that's the thing that was the really biggest thing for me in terms of the book. And in terms of getting in contact with me, probably the best way is going to be Facebook, facebook.com/Allen, ALLENT Gregory, or LinkedIn, the same thing. And you can also reach me via email, allen@legacymediaconsulting.com.
All right, Dr. Christy, the mic is yours.
What I'm most excited about is honestly learning from the other dynamic authors, entrepreneurs who participated in this project. I have thoroughly enjoyed getting to know them as we have all gone through this process. And I just can't wait, because just in our random conversations, we've taught each other so much. So I am so looking forward to reading their chapters and learning from them. And the best way to get in contact with me would be via LinkedIn at Christy Haygood, or my business page at Elise-Engineering, or on my website, www.elise-engineering.com. And you'll find the links for everything, including my booking link for people who want to get on my schedule for a free discovery call.
All right, and last but definitely not least, Mr. Bruce Hill, the mic is yours.
I want to shout out to books and book Profits Queen. Taria, thank you so much. This is actually my third book, and y'all have helped make it possible. So I'm just excited to lead by example. So all my friends that wanted to start a book project and being able to point them to Book Profits Club, it's been life changing. So that just warms my heart, and it grows the business too. That's the win-win. If you want to get in touch with me, it's super simple. It's New Skills, New You everywhere. No spaces, no dashes, no numbers. It's New Skills, New You everywhere, and newskillsnewyou.com for free trainings and to get on our email list.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was our incredible second panel. We got one more panel coming up. Listen, y'all need to make sure our speakers are in the chat. So I see some of you guys asking for Allen, so he will definitely be able to let you know. So Allen, make sure you go in the chat, because some people are asking about the SOPs. And then of course, Dr. Christy's gonna talk to y'all about getting those hot level A-list players on your team, and then of course how to be able to sell. Guys, listen, I don't know, the biggest challenge y'all gonna have is figuring out what 2 workshops you want to go to. But guess what? You will have the opportunity if you want to upgrade to VIP. As a VIP, that means even if you attend 2 live workshops, you will get all of the workshops on replay. Every single person who pre-ordered the book, you're already an automatic VIP. But if you want to know about becoming a VIP, darling, okay, we're going to email you details to all those who are registered on how to upgrade to get your VIP access. Now, I know some of you guys are also asking about the replay. Well, the replays for today, we're going to be sending those back out again, so don't worry about it. You guys will get access to all of our panel speakers. We're going to be having that to go live, so you guys will be able to get the replay, baby, okay? So don't worry about that. But also, most importantly, if you're watching on social media, we need you to go ahead and register right now so that you can enter to win, because guess what we about to do? We about to do another spin. Okay, so let's get into it. Hold on, let me see if I can pull it up, Chad, because I don't even know where it's at. Let's see. Maybe not. I think I gotta do it again. You know what? I'm just gonna have to do it all over again. So let me just create a new scene, because last time what I did was when I did it, I messed it up. Messed it up. All right, drop in the chat space, guys, while I'm creating this scene and being in improv world. Go ahead and type in the chat one thing that you have taken away from one of our speakers. Go ahead and type in the chat one thing that you have taken away from one of our speakers today, the whole entire conference. Let us know what has been your biggest takeaway. And remember, you need to get up to 150 points
and you are actually qualified. I'm gonna do 2 spins on this one. Won't you do it? I'm gonna give away, listen, we're gonna give away all these giveaways, but you gotta be here live now. That's what I do know. And guess what? One great thing about the report, it lets us know if you wasn't here no more. So we're not giving nobody something they didn't pay for, because this is free and they're not gonna stay. What? Please, let me tell you something. 90% of success is showing up. People be wanting to have success, but 9 times out of 10, guess how many people we have registered for this conference so far? Within the past, 30 minutes, we've probably had about 75 new people register. Literally. And so people always wonder, what is it that keeps them from having success? The number one thing is showing up. I'm just trying to say, you gotta show up for your own you gotta show up for your own wins, okay? So I'm gonna get ready to, let me clean this up real quick, y'all, because I got boop. All right. We got some names over here, child. So we're gonna spin 2 names, and then we're gonna get into our next panel. I hope y'all don't miss it. So you gotta have at least 150 points in order to win. So, let me make sure I got the noise on, because I want y'all to hear it with me. Okay, here we go. Y'all ready? Let's get into this spin. Hey, 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 hey. Yes, when you show up, you'll go up. Come on. Dante Pryor, congratulations, you're one of our winners. So we gonna put your name right here, because I'm gonna figure out what you want in a second. Don't worry about it. We're gonna spin for one more name is what we about to do, is what we gonna do. Hold on, what happened to the other song? I think I switched it to another song. I like that one. Let me see. Like we do it. Let's go.
Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cut.
Yeah, come on, cut. Y'all hear the music? Y'all heard the music that time, right? Let's make sure y'all heard the music. Jamal Bethia, congratulations. Okay, so now what we're gonna do is, let me make sure. Let me see. Oh yeah, y'all can hear the music. Ah, come on. Turn up. Okay, now what we're gonna do is spin for what y'all won. Let's go. Y'all ready?
Move with the rhythm. Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4. Cut.
Congratulations. So you have won. This is going to be Dante. You have won a $20 Starbucks gift card. I hope you like that's gonna get you about a cup and a half. So that'll give you a full cup and a half. So because Starbucks it depends on what you like. If you just like plain coffee, you might be able to get a few cups. But if you do anything like me, honey, type in the chat if we got any coffee drinkers in the house. And if you are a Starbucks coffee drinker, what is your favorite Starbucks drink? Because my favorite is that pumpkin spice latte. Oh my God. Okay, let's go ahead and spin for the next win.
Move with the rhythm. Shake it up, stop when the clock hits 13. Sing 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey.
Cut.
Yes. Okay, so let me tell you, Jamal, you might not know what a HyperX microphone is, and I'm surprised ain't nobody complimented me on my microphone today. I'm feeling a little vexed. I'm not really feeling vexed, but didn't nobody compliment me about this beautiful red microphone? Now, the microphone we're gonna send you is not gonna be the red one. We're gonna give you one that changes colors, okay? So Jamal, if you like to speak on the microphone, do podcasts, videos, even if you don't and you need to, baby, you have won a HyperX microphone. I promise you on everything I love. Let me tell you something, y'all. When I be popping up on there, like on Zooms and stuff, of other people events with my microphone, I always get DMs. Because it's really a gaming mic. So some people don't know. See, this is what it looks like. And by the way, hold up. So you see my little arm. Oh, Lord, I'm going to tip the thing off the thing. Lord Jesus. You see my little arm there. You don't get all of this though. But this light up. Y'all not ready. Y'all are not ready, honey. I did not be playing over here with this technology. But Jamal, congratulations. You have won. I'll plug that in a second. You have won the HyperX microphone. This is one of my favorite technology gifts. So congratulations to you. Okay, y'all. So it's now time. Yes, honey. Come on. It's fire. Okay, come on. Shout out to the Light Up Mic crew. Do we got a Light Up Mic crew? I know Lady Brenda is here. Where else are my Light Up Mic crew? Because y'all be having y'all mics on at the Book Prophets Club meetings. So real quick, I want to also share this, y'all. Houston, Texas. Houston, Texas. If you are in Texas, near Texas, around Texas, or you just want to come pull up on us on October the 14th, we're going to be having the physical Prophets Conference. Is going to be a workshop opportunity for you to connect directly with some of our speakers. They're going to be coming in and speaking with you guys. So listen, if you want to come to this conference, we're going to be sending all the registrants the exclusive early bird registration link, okay? It's a free conference. Yep, it's free too. But now we will have VIP opportunities as well. But guys, if you are in Texas and you want to come to this event, or you know someone, we're going to have tickets to go on sale. Okay, so just be on the lookout. They're going to go on sale tomorrow, so you can register and pull up on us here in Houston, Texas. Now, not all of our speakers are going to be there, but we have some dynamic speakers lined up for you here. Trust me, you're going to walk away with a treat. It's one thing to be virtual. You know what I'm saying? It's one thing. And y'all are doing a good job at staying engaged in the chat. You know, I appreciate that. But also, if you can pull up on us, it's a different level too, okay? So we want to invite you guys, for those who are not registered, if you are not registered for this conference, you need to register so you can get the invite. So if you're watching on social media, you need to go to the Prophets Conference, okay? Well, guess what time it is? It's time for a couple more talks. We got 3 more speakers, guys. 3 more speakers for day 1, and then we're going to be adding, and we're going to do a couple more giveaways as well. So make sure y'all stay plugged in, stay tuned in. Let's bring on our 3rd group. Yeah. I'm sorry, FOMO speakers. FOMO speakers. Go.
All right. Hey guys, hello. Do you hear that? Oh my God, everybody's here. They're here for the Prophets Conference. Hosted by none other than Coach Taria Vision Avant. Honey, she is the queen of book prophets, honey. All right, you got to get with her. But look at here. I am Ernie Peppers, and I am an author. I help women entrepreneurs, college students, supervisors, actors, and models overcome the fear of speaking publicly. But what I also do, I train women entrepreneurs who are stagnated in their business because they fear speaking publicly. Okay? But look, I can change all that in 4 or 12 days. In 4 or 12 days, honey, your communication skills end up being upgraded 35 to 50%. Then your business revenue also potentially increases by 3 or 5,000 or even more. That's depending on what you do. But look at here. I'll be here for a little bit of time, but look, I want to tell y'all a little story. It's a little funny, but look, here we go. I am a speaker, and I have been speaking for about 20 years. And what I want to speak to you about is, how do you remain bold, confident, and that badass speaker after you have bust your butt on stage? Yes, honey, I bust my whole butt. Okay, but let me tell you the story. Now, if you know anything about Ernie Peppers comes out and I give an explosive entrance. It's an entrance because that's what I do. I came in one time and I was dressed to the T, baby, and I was giving it. I came in, the music was going, thump, 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 and I was giving it. Walking down the aisle, slapping 5, bow, giving a bump, boom, baby, I was doing it. And as I got closer to the stage, I come to find out, oh my God, what is all that stuff on the stage? It looked like some confetti stuff. Now, do you guys remember
the Bounty commercial. The Bounty commercial is where they say they spill something and they say, oh, that. Okay, remember that. And now also, do you remember Keanu Reeves in The Matrix where he was dodging the bullets? Okay, now keep that in mind. Now, I'm up there and I'm getting ready to go on stage and I'm still thumping, thump, thump. And I'm wondering, oh, what is this stuff on stage? I said, but you know what? Baby, I'm Ernie Peppers. I can twinkle, toe myself around it. So as I did, I was doing it for a little bit, but the next thing you know, baby, here comes the Bounty commercial. Oh, and the Matrix going on at the same time. And there I go. Boom, on my butt. And as I was like, oh, hell no. This is what I'm thinking. But I'm still, doing it from the ground. One leg straight out and the other one folded. As I seen some people coming to help me out, I said, I'm pushing them back because, baby, I'm Ernie Peppers. And I don't need no help. I got this. So as I wound my way up and I got to the front and I got up on all twos in those pretty shoes and them pretty stilettos, remember the stilettos are still on. Got up, I put one hand up and the other one on the waist, honey. And I was just letting it swell, letting it sway. Because you know what? My hip was hurting. Okay. And I had to get that going. Then after that, I end up bringing that hand down and I put it on my waist because, baby, your girl was hurting, but I was moving. All right. And as I stopped, DJ stopped the music. I put my hands on my hips like this. That's called a Superman pose. Baby, the audience gave me all the love, a stand-up ovation. Baby, claps. They were clapping. I felt the love. I had an opportunity to get myself together between all the pain and all the embarrassment that I had. Now, let's talk. Can we talk? How many of you would have been able to snap back from a phenomenal explosive endurance and busting your butt on stage? How many of you would have been able to snap back? But baby, I did. And I'm going to show you how to snap back, how to continue being the bold, confident, and the badass powerhouse speaker that I know that you are. Rule number one is, baby, you do not let the audience know that you're hurting. Always keep the audience at bay. It is you and the audience. As long as you keep the audience at bay, they already know you fell. They fell once or twice. Maybe some fell coming in. They're going to sympathize with you. I already got their attention. I had their full attention at this particular time because I also kept them intrigued. And when you find yourself keeping your audience intrigued, they will always hang on to your every word. And baby, they was hanging on to my every word because I was talking to them about being bold and being the badass powerhouse speaker that I know that I am, that I know that I can make you, and vice versa. Okay, so here's a few things, right? I was speaking on body language. When you speak on body language, it's different because there's different types of body languages. Okay, it is a universal language of silence. Okay, and I know you guys know what I'm speaking of. When you speak with your eyes, let me show you. Let me move in a little closer. When you speak with your eyes, you're looking at someone and you're looking at their heart and soul. Okay, you look away. I don't know. Maybe you could be lying. I don't know. I heard that. But I don't know if that's the truth or not. Don't even worry about it. But anyway, you get the drift of what I'm saying. Once you close your arms up like this, that means it's either hello or shut it down. Okay? That means you're protecting yourself. And as you know and understand the universal language about speaking and about keeping your audience engaged, you start knowing what it is. So once I fell, I had to find out, was it the fall or was it the message that I was getting ready to convey to the audience? Okay? It was all about the message. It wasn't about me. It was never about me. It's just that I needed to get all their attention, all the focus, and all eyes on me. So it wasn't the fall. It was how hard I fell, but I got up. Sometimes it's the impact of the punch that keeps you down, but it's the journey that you're taking in order to get the message out and never stop. Okay? It's like get off the horse. No, you fell off the horse, get back up, do it again. Okay? You don't stop. You learn from it. Honey, I learned that don't be trying to dance around confetti on the stage. That's what I learned. That's what I learned. Okay? But going back to the body language, I never lost control of the crowd. And that's what you have to remain. Remain in control. Because once the audience know that you are in control, they will just roll with you, baby. They'll roll with you. And when they're rolling with you, you have their undivided attention. I didn't crack up. I didn't do anything. I stood strong. That's the one. That's the pose right here. Strong, baby, strong. Okay? And that's what I want you to do. Remain strong when you are telling your story, when you're coming on stage, the beginning, the middle, and the end of the story. And it doesn't matter what the story is. Just tell a story. Nobody knows about the story. If you just seen something on TV, talk about it, let it be about you. Okay? Maybe you would have won on a Little Perry or whatever it may be. Just make sure that it makes sense, and it all makes sense from the beginning, the middle, and towards the end. It is all about the message. It is never, ever about you or me. It's all about the audience. And this is what I focus on when I'm speaking. And this is what I want to teach you, how to remain bold and bodacious with confidence and remaining that powerhouse speaker that you are. Okay, so just keep those things in mind. The way you hold yourself, the way you don't hold yourself, the way you speak, be a little more animated. You already know that I'm an animator, okay? I'm animated. And this is how I keep my audience in control. I keep their attention. Because, baby, without all that, you ain't doing nothing. You done lost your audience long time ago. And when you lose your audience, it's kind of hard to get them back. Because that's not what we want. We want to keep the audience at bay. And just go for it. All right? So look at here. Please note that you are in control. The minute that they announce your name, the minute they say what you do, like here, Ernie Peppers, dynamic public speaking strategist coach, but call me Coach Pep for short. Okay? And I teach women entrepreneurs, college students, actors, actresses, and even supervisors. These are the people that fear speaking publicly. And that is my forte. Speak with clarity. Your communication skills is exactly what everyone needs to know. And this is what I'm here for. That is my forte. That is my thing. That is my niche. Speaking with clarity and speaking with a sense of positivity. Yes, I can speak negative, but who wants to hear about anything negative unless it has a story behind it? Okay, I gave you a story. I gave you, you're probably even going to see a little picture about me coming in. But I turned that negative, when I fell, I turned that negativity into a positive. Okay, I showed you how you come up and how you just brace yourself. Don't ever let them see you crack up or fold under pressure, even if you did fold up on stage. Always hold your composure. I was in pain. Was I? Yes, I was. You already know I'm not as flexible as I used to be, but I never let the audience see me go down or fold like that. So look, I just need for you to remain being a bold, confident, badass powerhouse speaker on stage. And if you just listen to a few of the tips that I gave you, honey, you're going to be a beast on stage. All right? So look at here. Again, I'm Ernie Peppers. I am a dynamic public speaking strategist coach, Coach Pep for short. And I help women entrepreneurs, college students, supervisors, actors, and actresses overcome the fear of speaking publicly. And I train women entrepreneurs whose business is financially stagnated and need help. What I do is end up getting them to, what I do is that I increase their communication skills and I increased their business revenue from 3 to 5,000 or even more in 4 to 12 days. So again, I need for you to enjoy the rest of the conference. This is the Profit Conference hosted by none other than Taria Vision Avant, okay? The queen of book profit, okay? So look at here. Look, that noise is coming. They are waiting for everyone else to speak. It was a pleasure of me speaking with you. And look, you can look for me or you can follow me on Facebook, Ernie Peppers, or Peppers Speaks. Okay. Until then, it was a pleasure speaking with you, and I will see you guys soon. Later. See you on the seats of the conference, y'all. Bye-bye. Have a good day. Bye.
What does it mean to live a limitless life? What does that mean to you? Take a few seconds and let's consider it for yourselves. Don't worry, none of your perspectives are wrong. It could be a limitless business life or a limitless personal life. Your thoughts about it, they don't even have to be perfect and they don't have to be structured. Just take a few short seconds to consider it for yourself. Now close your eyes. No, really, I need you to close your eyes. I want to introduce you to someone. I want to introduce you to a girl that grew up in a small town in rural North Carolina, where the population was somewhere around 1,100. They had 2 stoplights, and at 8 p.m., one of them blinked. This young lady was taught early on that there were limits to life, not by what was taught, but merely by what she witnessed in her environment and in the home that she was raised in. She was raised by a single parent, her mother, who sometimes worked 3 jobs to take care of her and her younger brother. There were no elaborate homes, no silver spoons, no fancy cars, but there was great work ethic and there was always enough to live. She immediately knew that work was necessary for living and that it would likely be a part of her immediate future. This young lady never knew her father. And by the age of 16, she gave birth to her daughter. And by 19, to her son. And according to societal's limitations, expectations, she was never supposed to be anything, never supposed to succeed, but to rather be a statistics. Fortunately for this girl, she had a mind that stretched beyond the limiting beliefs of her family, her friends, her co-workers, and even some of her educators. Maybe some of you were like her as a child. You always wanted to know why or why not. This young girl's mind told her that there were no limitations, none, not even when adversity arose. She learned to use adversity as fuel to the fire that would push her into her destiny. She believed that there was always a way to reach the goal. She went on with those 2 children to take on a full-time job, work full-time, and attend community college at the very same time. She later understood that that small town was just too small, and she packed up her 2 children and she moved to sunny South Florida, where she later became a C-suite executive for a multi-million-dollar corporation with a career spanning over 20 years. She also took on an entrepreneurial journey and became a published author, and later she earned a doctorate degree. She lived her life aspiring to be an example to others who resonated with her story. And she's still building and living a limitless life. What I learned from that young girl is that you do not have to be a product of what you have been taught or even what you've learned, but rather you become a product of what you believe. I am Dr. Rashida Jackson. I am the co-founder and chief operating officer of Be Free University, where we are on a mission to set 1 million families free financially. I am your business mentor and your strategist. Now let's get into it. Let's talk about the bag. everybody is encouraged to secure the bag, get the bag, buy the bag, take the bag, girl, wear the bag. And that's all good within itself, because the bag is where our money is. And we know that we need financial stability in order to live, in order to survive. That's great. But the bag I'm going to look at with you today, the one that we're going to observe today, is going to take the limitations off of your mind. As a matter of fact, it's a bag that will not keep you bound. One that is going to encourage you to work intentionally. This is the bag that will help you to aspire to be the greatest form of yourself. This bag, believe, aspire, and grow. This is the bag where you don't chase the money, but you rather attract it to yourself. So we're going to jump right into it, and we're going to take a look at the first letter in bag, and that letter is B. And B stands for believe. Now listen, we are wired with limiting beliefs. We're just wired that way. We're limiting beliefs, and they come from a seed of fear, either what we've taught, what we've been taught, or what is in our natural body. Why? Because fear at its core mechanism is designed to keep us safe. What you have to understand, and the reality of it is that fear is designed to keep your physical body safe, not your spiritual body and not your mind. And when we allow fear to take over our mind, we are given to self-imposed limitations. What are some self-imposed limitations? One of them would be past experiences, boundaries to belief that are created from our past experiences. How does that resonate with your business? Many of us are afraid to share our product or our service because we have been rejected in the past. Many of us are just afraid of the no. So because we have that past experience, we don't share our product and our service with everyone that we encounter. The next self-imposed limitation would be societal expectations. Some of us avoid exposure because we don't believe we're in the right body. We think that we're too tall, we're too short, we're too fat, we're too skinny, we're the wrong color or the wrong ethnicity. And those are all self-imposed limitations that tell us that we cannot expose ourselves to other people. When the reality is that other people, they have your bag. And so you have to remove these limitations. The third self-imposed limitation that I want you to observe is the opportunities that we deem as failures. Failures that can become opportunities only remain failures in our mind, and failures stagnate our growth when they are not turned into opportunities or life lessons. Those will help us to pivot and move forward with our business or our personal life when we understand their purpose and their meaning. So what I want to help you do today with the word believe is I want to help you to believe better. And how are we going to do that? Number one, we are going to adopt mindset shifts. Shifts with an S, because you cannot just shift and stay there. You have to stay in motion. You are going to affirm what you believe. That is going to help you to adopt a mindset system of shifts. Affirming what you believe. These are the things that you know in your knower and that you expect for your right now and for your future. When you affirm things, it's important that you not only write them down, but that you affirm them out loud, because you know some of us have some extra people going on in our minds, and you know we need everybody to go in the same direction. So when you affirm it out loud, you hear it, your spirit man hears it, and everybody lines up and we go in the same direction. The second thing we're going to do is we're going to apply practical exercises. When you feel the fear, you've heard it before. You've heard it in business, you've heard it in personal, you've heard it in motivational speeches, you've heard it everywhere. When you do feel the fear, what do? You do it anyway. That is how you overcome it. That is how you annihilate it, kill the fear, is doing it anyway. You have to be in motion towards your goal at all times in order to show yourself that you believe it. You have to believe it first. And when you believe it, then everybody else around you will believe it also. And as a matter of fact, they will come and join in with your goal when you believe it. We always talk about they, them, and those people, they and them. And we don't really know who they are, but they're always talking about support. Who doesn't support them? Family don't support me. Friends don't support me. The reality is they don't believe that you believe it. When you believe it for yourself, your value and your pricing will change. And guess what? People will come and support you when your pricing changes and when it's more expensive than it is to support you right now. Trust and believe it happens every single day. But you have got to engage in practical exercises that show that you believe the goal that you've put out there in the atmosphere. Number 3, you are going to draw inspiration from others that have overcome the boundaries that you're experiencing right now. And how do you draw inspiration from others? You read. One word, read. One word, read. You read, because these people believe that they could, but they're going to share with you the things that were limiting beliefs. They're going to share with you boundaries that they overcame, and they're going to share with you how they did it anyway. And that should inspire you to continue on your pathway towards your goal. These individuals are people that believed that they could. The next letter in our bag is the A, and the A means to aspire authentically. Discover a passion. Number 1, discover your passion. Identify your genuine passions and interests. Steve Jobs said it like this: to be truly satisfied is to do what you believe is a great work. And the only way to do great work is to do what you love. And if you have not found it yet, keep looking. Most people are running around with multiple hats on, doing multiple things, calling themselves serial entrepreneurs, doing a whole lot of stuff, throwing stuff up against the wall to see if it sticks, when in reality, if you aspire to do what you love and you're authentic to your passion, you will focus. And that focus will be your direct pathway to living a limitless life. Every product that I've ever launched, every place of business that I've ever been a part of, all started with a single focus. One product took them into the branches of many products. You have to find what you love and you have to focus. The next thing that you're going to do in aspiring authentically is avoid the comparison traps. Avoid comparing yourselves to others. When you compare yourselves to others, it brings detriment to your progress. It will slow you down. It will slow your momentum. It is vital for you to measure success based on your own personal benchmarks as opposed to the benchmarks of others. Why do they put blinders on horses in a race? Simply because they need that horse to come out of the stall and to head towards the finish line without looking to the left or looking to the right. When you spend time looking to the left and to the right, to the right and to the left, you lose momentum. It slows you down. It slows your pace. And you are looking at what someone else is doing, which is taking up time and energy from you doing what you need to do to reach your goal. The third thing is to set goals that resonate with your authentic self. Be authentic to your goals. I believe personally that this generation that is living today, that we're looking at today, that they are the most authentic generation to ever be born. They don't wear masks. They don't hide anything. They talk about everything. They put everything on social media, and that's cool because that's their generation. And I'm going to just borrow a page from their book, and I'm going to say it like this: set goals that allow you to do you. When you have goals that allow you to be who you are authentically, it will encourage you to work and to do what you have to do with genuine motivation. You don't need somebody clapping, patting you on your back, pushing you forward, because these goals resonate with who you are. You are genuinely motivated to do. And when you're genuinely motivated to do, what happens? You achieve more. You get more done when you have goals that resonate with your authentic self. And not only that, you work while others are playing, while they're sleeping, while they're scrolling on the internet, while they're watching TV. You are working towards your goal. And it really is no sweat, because you're doing what you love and it's authentic to you. And the last thing is that you will work it with all your might. You will give it your all. You will give your time, your energy, your blood, your sweat, and your tears to it to see it come to pass. I heard Myron Golden say it just like this the other day. He said, if you want to be legendary, then work with all your might. You've got to give it your all if you are going to see your goal be great. Now, the next letter in our bag is the G. And the G, we're going to grow graciously. And how are we going to do that? We are going to embrace failures as lessons. We're going to take every failure, every mistake, every bad decision, and we are going to use it as a lesson. Remember that young girl when I told you about adversity? Adversity became fuel to the fire. You've got to take these failures and turn them into fuel to your fire. They are not failures. They're opportunities for you to learn and to grow. The next thing you're going to do in this G with growing graciously is you're going to collaborate. Collaboration is the new currency of business. And if you want to elevate, you've got to collaborate. Growth is not a solo journey. No man is out here by himself. No man is an island. Nobody's on their own doing this thing by themselves. You've got to understand that you must engage with others. And how do you engage with others? Through mentorships, through partnerships, and through shared experiences. Don't be afraid to share the business behind the business. You need to tell and make sure people understand what really is happening and going on. That brings you back into your authenticity. And not only that, it allows you to glean other experiences from people that you are being mentored with or in partnership with. Your mentor right now is your key to success. They are your pathway, your gate, your door, your bridge over troubled waters. Why? Because literally they can share an experience or two with you that will help you to go in a direction that will prevent you from experiencing some of the same things that they've already experienced. This is your shortcut to success. Your mentor is your shortcut to success. Next, the last thing we're going to do, we're going to apply gratitude. Gratitude is now a growth tool for you in your growing graciously. When you show gratitude, it adapts, it attracts great things to you because you are now showing that you are grateful for your journey. Not only that, gratitude leaves us open to change, and nothing grows without change. Not me, not you, not a plant, not a tree. Nothing grows without change. And when we show that we're grateful for our journey, we grow graciously. And the last and final thing is that you are going to give yourself grace. When you give yourself grace, you say that I understand that there's a perfect time, that there's a set time, that there's an appointed time for everything. Grace given to us is unmerited favor. We don't even have to work for it. It's doors opening from the north, south, east, and the west. But when we give ourselves grace, we relieve stress. We allow time to have its perfect work in our lives and in our gymnastics. Let's take our bag over there and apply it. In the sport of gymnastics, there's a huge team of competitors, but each competitor has an individual responsibility to succeed, to score points, to win. Each competitor must believe that they are worthy of winning. You are worthy of a limitless life. Each competitor must aspire to do the work of the best typeset of themselves. They must aspire to work with focus and with all their might. Are you giving your goals, your dreams, your aspirations, your business, your life, your personal relationships? Are you giving it your all? Do you aspire authentically? Are you being yourself in this aspiration? Those competitors have to be themselves, and they've got to do it with all their might. And lastly, they grow graciously. They are able to humble themselves, to be coachable and teachable, to receive the critiques from their coaches and from the staff, the people that work with them. And they understand that through working with all of their might, that their only responsibility is to look to the individual lessons that they've learned about themselves in the process. Are you ready to observe yourself? Are you coachable and teachable? Can you live a limitless life? The goal here is to win, but the gold in this life is a limitless life, a life that you live on your own terms, one that says that you can do what you want, when you want, with who you want, for however long you want, without any boundaries. A free life speaks to what you believe, what you aspire to, and what you grow. I would love for you to join me. Be on my team at Be Free University. And for more information, you can go to BeFreeUniversity.com or IamRashida.com. I'll meet you there, and I'll see you in the Formula to a Limitless Life workshop. Thank you for your time.
Y'all, come on now. This has been on fire. Well, listen, we've got two more speakers, y'all. Two more speakers. If you're still hanging in there, go ahead and type, I'm still hanging in there. I see you guys in the chat. Travita's still here. We've got Nishika is still here. We've got Ernie, Stacy, of course, Dr. Rashida, who just laid it on out. Bruce Hill, Destiny. Welcome everybody in. And for those of you guys watching on social media, this is the deal. Tomorrow, we're not streaming this out to social media. Tomorrow, if you're watching on Facebook, you're watching on LinkedIn, you're watching on YouTube, we're not streaming day 2 out. So you need to go and register. It's really just that easy. Go to theprofitsconference.com. Make sure to also put who invited you. We got a little contest going on, okay? So if whoever invited you, don't put your name, put whoever one of the speakers is. If you say, well, you know what, I saw that, I just happened to fall upon Facebook. Well, you was on somebody's page because somebody said Facebook invited them. Well, listen, one day Facebook will be the one inviting y'all to some of our stuff. But as it stands, if you found us on Facebook, it was probably on somebody's page. If you found us on LinkedIn, it was on somebody's page. So make sure when you do register to put who actually invited you. Okay, I see everybody still here. Tiffany, Lord Shu is still here. Coco is still here. Stacy is here. Hello. What's going on? Lit up in the Chizzy chat. Okay, y'all, so let's go ahead and bring on our 2 more speakers for the day. I've got some other announcements, so don't go anywhere. All right? Let's go.
By the showing of hands, how many of you have ever said, as an entrepreneur, I'm going to accomplish a goal at work, in a meeting, school, or church, but distractions showed up and it made you feel some type of way and you didn't reach your goal? Did you know that 7 out of 10 entrepreneurs are afraid of sharing their real story by using ink from the heart due to distractions such as shame, fear, guilt, and pain? Well, on today, in the next few minutes, I am going to show you 3 ways entrepreneurs can write their story and get it done to impact lives and get paid. In topic number 1, I'm going to show you how to turn your pain into power with a pen. In topic number 2, you will learn how to be resilient in the face of failure, bouncing back from a setback. And topic number 3, I will teach you how to turn life scars into entrepreneurial stories so you can secure the bag. Hello, beautiful people. I am Brenda Thomas, the author of The Whole Entrepreneur. Now, for years, I have been helping professionals, teachers, and ministry leaders to create lasting balance in writing their book to get it done and to get strategic game success skills to share their stories. Basically, I help clients like yourself to access secret sauce of genuine healing to get game-changing writing skills. Now, let me tell you just a little bit about my mess and my success. At the age of 5 years old, I was sexually abused and confused, and unfortunately, it happened ironically in the church behind the altar where my father would preach Sunday after Sunday. Fortunately, I had blessed parents who were amazing, God-fearing, and they nurtured me to the best of their ability. However, I didn't know how to tell my parents. So for decades, I lived inside turmoil and regrets. However, because of the long-term effects of the abuse of pain, I lived in fear, shame, doubt, and I lacked trust. But today, as a successful entrepreneur, I am married to my AKA Black Knight, Pastor Benjamin Thomas, for 39 years. So one day I got a call from my mom and she said, "Girl, your dad and I are moving to the desert." Well, I became my parents' caregiver for years and I loved every minute of it. But you know what? It didn't always look this way. Unfortunately, my normal, it changed forever. Because my father, he passed away from COVID-19 on August 25th, 2020. Now, if you can relate or know of anyone who passed away from COVID, just wave your hand. So in the middle of dealing with all of that, with his passing, I was reminded of a quote by Dr. Miles Monroe, and it says, "The wealthiest place on earth is the cemetery." Now, did you know that there are millions upon millions of unread books, untold stories, and unheard voices from people who never took action to share a tip, a tool, or even share a story how they overcame a battle? That's when I had an aha moment that something had to change. Now listen, as a pastor's wife, it ignited a fire on the inside of me, and I didn't want to leave nothing behind. I don't want to live in no regrets. However, I realized that my life didn't mirror a healed entrepreneur woman, but a woman who was covered in decades of smudge stains, carrying damaged goods, and mutilated by pain. In fact, if you knew me 10 years ago, you would know that in chapters 1 through 10, I was a mess. And then I saw the real Brenda. I saw that I was jacked up, messed up, and then had the audacity to be stuck up. I had to get in the game and do the work. So today at healoverhurt.com, my goal is to reach 1,000 people to give them what I didn't have. So you can write your stories, so you can become the healed and whole entrepreneur. So do me a big favor, since time is so precious, I suggest that you invest in yourself. I need you to be present. I want you to be engaged, and did I say engaged? Now, Linda, listen. I have a little secret. Can I share with you my secret sauce? I have a unique method on how entrepreneurs like yourself can write your book and get it done. Now, if you want to know more information about how an entrepreneur such as yourself can write a transformation story and get paid, then I need you to please stay tuned. Today, somebody ought to shout today. Great. Today, I am going to share with you some valuable information that I promise it is going to be fire. I'm going to say fire, okay? After our time together, you will have 3 takeaways from entrepreneur perspectives So that would help you write your story and to turn your pain into power, transforming scars into stories, and being resilient in the face of failure. Here's takeaway number 1. Entrepreneurs must embrace vulnerability and authenticity. Don't shy away from sharing your personal challenges and setbacks. Authenticity and vulnerability in storytelling, it makes your journey relatable and inspiring. Readers can connect to real stories and struggles and triumphs, so be open to that experience. Takeaway number 2. You will know that vulnerable lessons are hidden in adversity. Every setback, no matter how daunting, carries valuable lessons. So identify and articulate the lessons you've learned from your pain and failures. Insights can serve as guiding principles for both entrepreneurial journeys and your readers alike. Takeaway number 3. Your story can impact others. So recognize the transformative power of your narrative. Your book can inspire, motivate, and provide guidance to fellow entrepreneurs facing similar obstacles. So use your words to create a sense of community and resilience among your readers. Incorporating these takeaways into your book can help it become a source of empowerment and motivation for both you and your audience. So again, 3 main things you're going to get today to ignite your book with self-healing. As an entrepreneur, you're going to get topic number 1, how to turn your pain into power with a pen. Topic number 2, how to be resilient in the face of failure, bouncing back from a setback. And topic number 3, how to turn your scars into entrepreneurial stories so you can secure the bag. Now listen, as an entrepreneur, you must be resilient to get things done, because others, they just may get tired of cheering for you. And that's why you've got to learn how to cheer and encourage yourself. Because at the root of your entrepreneurial success, you've got to be willing to share your real story. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Share that journey of how you made it through a hard and difficult time to impact other lives. I love this quote. Time waits for no one, so don't waste it. Seize every opportunity that comes your way. Be intentional to join me in the Entrepreneurial Resilience, Igniting Your Book with Self-Healing workshop. I cannot wait to see you inside the workshop. See you soon.
All right, everybody. So we have one more speaker for today. One more speaker. Listen, this has been so good. Hold on, let me pull up my little over there. Y'all register. So I've been seeing people in the chat, that are just excited and definitely loving this. But if you want to partake in tomorrow's workshops, you're going to want to go to theprofitsconference.com and register, because you don't want to miss these workshops. And so in just a minute, after we finish with our last speaker, we're going to have our panel discussion with these amazing, amazing speakers, coaches, authors, world changers, and word changers. Okay, amen. So let's go ahead and introduce you guys to our last speaker of the day.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for joining us. Before we take a deep dive into the topic, I just have a few questions. Something to consider. What would our communities look like if we had businesses that could create jobs and hire locally to sustain our communities? Second question. How has inflation affected you, your family, and your community? We've seen loss of jobs, inflated prices of groceries, the housing market, gas, insurance. So from housing insurance to medical insurance, everything is skyrocketed. In a recent article this month Even Google is cutting jobs. Even with a 15% return, they're still cutting 12,000 jobs. This is disheartening, but we must be prepared. What if there was a solution to today's inflation in these uncertain times? The solution is starting and growing your business with the tools needed to succeed. What if you had access to funding to build the business that God gave you, the idea that He gave you? I'm Naya, the daughter of an educator and coach who taught over 30 years to ensure his family was well taken care of. But also for the next generation to have the capacity to have stable income. In spite of his humble upbringing, being the oldest of 6 children, he overcame poverty and obtained his education from Florida A&M University, go Rattlers, to ensure our family's stability in the future. My daddy was intentional about preparing for his future. I witnessed firsthand the transformative power of 1, being educated and its benefits, 2, being the educator and its capacity for legacy building, and 3, investing in the people of my community. Unfortunately, we lost him suddenly before my 21st birthday. Although he's gone, I still continue his legacy as an educator. But for adults, I'm a certified financial literacy educator, a leadership coach, and trainer. But college education is no longer sufficient for financial freedom. Multiple streams of income is vital to combat these unstable times. Having the funding needed to build financial wellness for our families and businesses is key. So, how would $25,000, $50,000, $100,000 or more funding help you really give birth to your vision? How would it help you sleep better at night when trying to build a new or grow your business? What if you had the capacity to fund your life's dream that will not move only your business, but your community forward towards financial freedom? My first question speaks to the ability to access funding. Let's examine this deeper. It defines ability as the possession of a talent, skill, expertise, or proficiency in an area. Access means to obtain, examine, or retrieve information. The only way to improve ability and access is to be properly informed, trained, and educated through financial literacy and business strategy. It was once said, once we know better, we definitely will do better. As serial entrepreneurs, be it established or aspiring, business owners, founders, real estate investors, developers, construction contractors, it's not that we don't lack the skill, the ability. What we lack is the challenge is to access the capital to grow the business where our heart desires, what we know that we can do to bring to the market. The challenges come when we want to have larger projects like commercial or government projects, or buying the block, or maybe payroll to add more employees to increase productivity, performance, and profits. The response to our challenges to fund our vision is to be prepared. To understand the preparation for the process is key. To understand first how to qualify and to know exactly what the lenders need beforehand. The question now becomes, are you willing to unlearn, learn, and relearn what's necessary to be competitive, to grow in this market, and to scale your business? We must unlearn and remove ideas, behaviors, past experiences, or what we thought was correct. Being totally misinformed because we got only a piece of the information and not every step of the process. 2, we must relearn to get updated knowledge and skills on a continual basis based on our current situations and circumstances. This is a continual process that requires individuals to pivot and become adaptable to growth. This allows us to become empowered, perpetual, lifelong learners as entrepreneurs. What we need to learn as entrepreneurs is 1, how to leverage our personal credit, to access and build our business credit, to access business funding. Your credit score can position you to invest and by creating multiple streams of income. Understanding the power of your personal credit, did you know that 650 or higher with W-2 income can open the door to start building your business credit, to start opening the door? They have funding for startups. So having the education, having the knowledge helps us make better decisions. Secondly, we must learn the type of funding our business needs. Every business isn't the same. Every business model isn't the same. All goals aren't the same. So let's dig a little deeper about learning the different types of funding, starting with business lines of credit, which there are 2 types, which we'll touch on, secured and unsecured. But let's start with defining the business line of credit, which is also called a LOC or a lock, is a revolving loan that gives business owners access to a fixed amount of money, which they can use day by day according to their need for cash. Lines of credit are specifically designed to help businesses finance short-term working capital needs, such as purchasing inventory, repairing equipment, financing marketing campaigns, or making payroll. Those are short-term working capital needs. So the 2 types that we spoke on quickly was the secured business line of credit, which requires business owners to pledge collateral. This collateral may look like accounts receivable or inventory. Lenders typically won't require capital assets such as real property or equipment to secure an LOC. If the borrower is unable to repay the loan, the lender will assume ownership